Good morning, everyone. At this time, I will call the Audit and Control Committee meeting to order for March. I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning. If everybody's had an opportunity to read the minutes from our last meeting, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
It'd be a privilege to make the motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is carried. Next on the agenda is privilege of the floor. Is there anyone wishing to address the committee this morning? If so, please come down front. You come right at this table right here. You get a table and a microphone.
Seat.
It's good to have you this morning. If you could just introduce yourself and
Name's Robert Scott, Pulaski Street in Fredonia.
thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to address you concerning item 2 on the agenda entitled Requesting Continuation of State Legislation Authorizing 1% Additional Sales Tax. I'd like to state that I am in favor of continuing the 1% additional sales tax upon its expiration on November 30th, 2025, something that you not hear from most taxpayers, and in contrast to the observer's view of March 10th, 2025. With that said, I feel serious consideration should be given to legislator Fred Larson's thoughts of sharing more of the proceeds with the municipalities, especially the cities and villages of Chautauqua County. Please allow me to explain. It is stated in the resolution that after 15% of the net collections is shared with the municipalities based on respective populations, that the balance is used to offset costs associated with Medicaid, road and bridge projects, and into a reserve fund for indebtedness. These are items that do not help or promote sales tax revenue collections, and I believe that ignores the fact that the cities and villages are involved with activities that directly help boost the sales tax revenue in the county, and the activities come with a cost to the cities and villages. For example, I know that Westfield, Dunkirk, Silver Creek, Fredonia, etc. all sponsor music in the park events to draw residents and visitors to the county alike to their business districts and village centers where money will be spent on food and drink. Another example would be the numerous art festivals, craft shows, baseball, softball, fishing tournaments that are held throughout the county in the summer for the residents and visitors alike that help build the sales tax and bed tax receipts. In some cases, the city or the village receives a donation to offset some of the costs of the event, but it usually does not cover the additional overhead costs incurred to the police department for security, the fire department for safety, and the public works department for setup and cleanup. These are usually smaller events that do not qualify for grants from the bed tax fund. The paperwork in a county alone would be cumbersome, but they do come with the cost to the municipalities that are struggling to make the ends meet. I believe some relief should be given to offset the money spent on these activities that directly boost sales tax revenue, and in some cases the bed tax revenue. You may question to whom should the revenue be shared with and how much. I could be wrong, but I have not noticed townships too involved with the activities I mentioned above. And if so, most do not have their own police department, which is the major cost factor. Thus, I would suggest only the cities and villages share in the additional revenue to help cover their costs incurred. As for how much, at your February meeting, figures of 25%, 50-50, maybe 60-40 were discussed. I believe your present allocation based on population is fair, and not to make the new allocation overly complicated, I would suggest just to double the dollar amount that the cities and villages would receive. Not knowing the exact figures of the present allocation, the new split cannot exceed 30%, and quite possibly would be around 25%, which is the low end of the spectrum discussed, and I believe to be reasonable for all involved. A few more points to consider before you make a decision. One, It is good that this action needs to take place now, which is well in advance of any 2026 budget deliberations the municipalities, including the county, need to make decisions on. 2, the county will be able to track the 2025 sales tax revenue and be able to provide reasonably accurate figures of the monies available in 2026 based on the new form we agreed upon. 3, this decision doesn't have to remain in place forever. The resolution is for 2 years only and can be modified if the county finds that the $40 million reserve fund presently in place is not available in the spring of 2027. And 4, it is easier to pay the sales tax in small increments as opposed to the top property tax bill that has to be paid in a lump sum. No one can refuse to pay the sales tax if they want the item or service. The same cannot be said about property taxes without the county going through an expensive process to collect. In conclusion, hearty yes to extending the 1% additional sales tax for another 2 years, and please give serious consideration to sharing the additional revenue with the cities and villages that are promoting activities that help boost the sales tax receipts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in today. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the committee this morning? Not seeing any, we'll move into our resolutions for today. Our first item on the agenda today is to renew and amend Resolution 128-24. It's to authorize agreement with New York State DOT for performance of federal aid project PIN number 5764, period 84.
Good morning, Tim Carr, Director of Public Facilities.
Good morning, Jen Swan, Budget Director. First, I just wanted to let you guys know, you do have a revised version of this resolution, I believe, on your desks that was passed at the prior committee meeting. This was because the version that was originally filed was not the finalized approved version. It was the original version that was entered into the system. So what you're going to be reviewing today, the actual change that was made is underlined and italicized, but that's why you have a revised version in front of you, is because I realized it was not the legislature approved version.
Okay,
Was not what was in the pre-file.
Correct.
that's what she meant.
Yes. So I just wanted to explain that before Mr. Card starts his explanation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take it away.
So basically, in the project, it's a time thing as far as the project shall begin no later than 24 months after the award, and the construction phase project shall be completed within 30 months after the award. I think we had 2 of these come through last month also.
Yes. Questions, comments?
And I brought this up before, but do you have any insight into, the possible cuts to federal funding
And we have not heard anything, talking with Drew and Lex, they're both saying, we need to move forward until, and if something comes, then we can put a halt to everything, but we have not heard anything as far as anything being cut or removed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments? Not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chairman.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, the committee doesn't vote on this. This is a renew and amend that can only be acted upon at the legislature meeting, because this resolution was already adopted by the legislature, and now the legislature has to renew it and then amend it. This is just for discussion this morning.
Correct, yes, and I forgot that, so thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
I withdraw
Thank you.
We'll hold the vote. Next on the agenda today, proposed resolution which has been referred back to committee was requesting a continuation of state legislation authorizing the 1% additional sales tax. We have had this referred back to committee for discussion. Point that I'd like to start by saying is today we are going to be discussing the fact of whether or not that we need to continue the additional 1%. I think that's a key thing to take into consideration. The distribution of that can be discussed really at any point between here and our date of this, is it December that it takes place. So, you know, today we would need to make this authorization of yes, we need the extra 1% and we want to keep it implemented, or we do not ask for this extra 1%. The time frame moving forward is we would need to make this authorization, and then it has it gets pushed off to our other state officials that would authorize this, and then it's kind of a timing thing to just make sure that it is available to us. At any point in time, we can discuss the distribution of it. That isn't something that is required in this time frame, and also today. That's something that could always be modified. So I know Mr. County Executive Wendell has gotten some information and is willing to provide us with some details and statistics that he's worked on to help explain this. And it looks like Mr. Abdullah has something he'd like to add.
Mr. Chairman, in reference to your comment about the timing of discussing what the allocation would be, it is the case that the special legislation that the state legislature passes actually does specify right now that the 3/20 goes to the other local governments. And so this resolution is requesting that that be renewed as is, with no changes on distribution. And so it is the case that the legislation that the state passes specifies how it's allocated. So when we make the ask to the state, we do need to say, if we want to change to that 3/20, how we wish that to occur. Now, that being said, is there a scenario in which the county, having received the rest of it, could in some manner seek to share it outside of the purview of the state statute with other local governments? Potentially. But I just want you to know it's the state legislation that sets the allocation currently.
Okay.
And so I think, my initial reaction would be, if you want to change that allocation, you'd want to get it in the state legislation and get it in now.
And we'd have to ask for that authorization for them to consider the change in the.
Yes, because the time frame is the state legislature generally only meets through the first part of June, middle of June, sometimes into late June, and so it's in essence almost a three-step process whereby you make this request that they extend the 1%, then the state Senate and Assembly will go about creating actual bills that contain the extender. And then you will have to pass a resolution. Normally it might be in May, maybe June, whereby you formally request them to pass those actual bills that have been drafted. And then the state legislature enacts it end of June, and then eventually the governor signs it. So yeah, you really need to, in my view, short of hearing from our state representatives that you have more time, really this March meeting is sort of the deadline to get in your request to them for the extender.
Okay. Thank you for your information and correction. You know, in researching this, I've heard a few different comments on the process. So thank you for clearing that process up and identifying what that time frame looks like and what is needed moving
Yeah,
forward. So
I mean, and just by contrast, the 3% local sales tax, that's a different process whereby it's by resolution of the legislature that you decide on the apportionment of the 3%,
okay.
which has been in place since 1968, 71. That, in that case, the state gives you some discretion as to how you distribute the 3%. But this extra 1% is actually in state law. So
Okay.
that's why it's important to ask the state if you want to change.
And that's statewide. So any county that is adding that additional 1% has to follow those same.
It's, at this point, it's special legislation. I mean, NISAC has asked for there to be a general 1% extender bill, but I don't believe they've ever had success in getting that, made permanent in the law.
Okay.
So each county has its own extender legislation for the 1%.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Steve before he, not like he's leaving the room, but
Yeah.
while he's right up front here?
Well, just a comment or reminders. We referred this back to this committee at the legislative meeting last time, based on time being of the essence and that we had 1 month. So we need to get cracking on this one way or another.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Wendell.
County Executive Wendell, so a couple of things, first of all, for clarification. When we talk about an 85-15 share, that is of 1%. When it was run in the paper, it was an 85-15%, as if that's how much the county keeps of the total sales tax revenue allotted, which is not correct. So right now, in that 3% that we talk about, it's a 50-50 split. The county gets 1.5%, the towns, villages, and cities get 1.5%. Having said that, out of 84 taxing entities for sales tax, there are cities and counties and in our boroughs in New York. There are 5 that do not have, there are 5 that have a 7% sales tax. The other 79 have 8 or better. Some counties 8 3/4, 8 3/8. And it varies all over. But those counties are Saratoga has a 7% sales tax. The county of Warren, 7%. Washington at 7. Ontario is 7.5. So they're in between. Having said that, of the 62 counties and taxing entities, there are 21 that do not share sales tax at all with any of their towns, villages, or cities. Surprisingly, Suffolk County, not to pick on them, but they have no cities. They have towns. Their largest town, I think, is in excess of 900,000 people, the town of Hempstead. So having said that, just for clarification, a couple of things that go into this. In 2005, our sales tax was 8.5%. At that time, there was no holiday on clothing. As right now, we have a permanent state statute that states any clothing, I believe it's under $120, is not taxable. Then we didn't have it. That was still taxable. With holidays, it would come up intermittently. And again, even then, it was still a 50-50 split of how that sales tax was distributed. So again, for clarifications, the 85-15 is only the 1% we're asking for. The remaining 3% that we are getting is a 50-50 split. Some things that go on with that, the county has taken over all bridges and culverts in the county. So any city or town, village, or city that has a bridge, those are covered by the county. Likewise, in the cities, we hold them harmless for their property tax. So it's stated, we know in the city of Dunkirk, they're having a significant property tax increase. That rate is increasing. If people aren't paying their taxes, that falls on the county. We make the cities whole. So again, looking into that, and just some figures, from last year. Some of the notable, City of Dunkirk received $3.7 million, City of Jamestown, 8.4. Larger towns, Chautauqua was $2.1 million. Town of Pomfret was $1.2 million. The Village of Fredonia, $2.1. Town of Hanover received $1.5 million. Town of Ellicott, $1.7 million. The Town of Ustye, $1.2 million. Village of Lakewood, $1 million. So that's the last year. In the projected budget, we're looking to see, for example, in the city of Dunkirk, they're looking about $100,000 increase. City of Jamestown's a $300,000 increase. Other cities and towns and villages are seeing marginal increases as we go across. But I know it was mentioned with Fredonia, the Village of Fredonia itself receives almost as much as the Town of Ustye and the Village of Lakewood combined, which is really the next closest village to comparative of size and commerce. So, again, there are questions as to how this is managed, et cetera. We're not saying that the discussion isn't there, but, I just need the clarification that, the county is not keeping 85% of the sales tax revenue. It's 85% of the 1%. But the rest is a 50-50 split between the towns and villages. And again, I'd spoken with legislator Scudder prior to this. This list here that, I received from Department of Taxation and Finance had as many at one time 10 and 12 counties that did not have 8% sales tax. Last time I checked this, in September, there were 6 counties that didn't have a 7%. Now it's dropped down to 5. So, and this is as of March 1st of this year. So more and more counties, municipalities are going to that 8% sales tax. As Steve said, NISAC has asked for that 1% rider. It hasn't gone effectively, but it's something that we all understand is needed, and we will look at it again. But just wanted to make those clarifications. We have this information if everybody wants it. But I guess if there's any questions.
Questions, Mr. Scudder?
Yeah, do we know how our assemblyman or state senator would feel about changing this? Whether we increased it, decreased it, eliminated it, or?
He hadn't said it, obviously, as a legislator when this went through under Vince Horgan, when we asked for the additional 1%. Senator Brella did support it. He still supports it. His only conversation with me is, as Mr. Abdallah said, is time is of the essence. We don't want to beleaguer this and potentially drag it on, and we miss the opportunity. The impact to the budget, should we not get that 1%, is about $20 million. So we would have to make that up in our budget.
Per year, right?
Per year.
So it would be, this is a 2-year thing, so it's 40 million.
Yeah. So it's significant. And comments were made before, we saw a double-digit increase in sales tax revenue. If we go back to 2020 when this first began, we saw those significant increase in sales tax. What nobody figured into at the time was the impact of online sales. So any online purchase is now taxable in New York State. As you've seen, those numbers have started to flatten out. We budget very conservatively. Some people overestimate sales tax revenue. I don't think that's a prudent way to budget. Everybody says, well, we need more here on the expense. Well, we'll add more to our revenue. That's not prudent. We don't understand, or we don't know exactly where money is coming in. I think this year we've discussed with Kitty that the overage in sales tax was about $600,000. So years past, there have been, significant $1 million of increase, but because of budgeting and also, the economy flattening off with online purchases, we haven't seen those dramatic rises we saw in 2021 and 2022. So across the state, these are averaging. Now you'll see, surprisingly, there have been reports from the comptroller's office in the last, several months, county sales tax is down. We need to look at this present time, at this juncture of a payment, it might be down, but again, throughout the year, and as I've learned from Kitty, that you wait for the totality. Right now, you could be concerned, but this is, our budget is a 12-month process, so we need to look at, we might be behind this payment, next payment we might be ahead, we might be at budget. So I think we've budgeted well, but again, it's really up to say what the market is. So If for some reason there's a dropout and people aren't buying goods, then that will affect our sales tax revenue, certainly.
Yeah, and I think we need to consider, like you mentioned, some history here. We have absorbed the bridges countywide, taking the burden off of local municipalities. Another simple thing that we've done, civil service exams used to be given in the cities. We've taken that on for them. So it's not like the county doesn't provide services that give the savings to a lot of municipalities. And just one more comment I'd like to make is, if this is such a high priority, we should have been talking about this last month in our committee meetings. I get concerned when things are brought up on the floor, when we do have a process to review these, and we knew this was coming up, and just these, well, I'll be kind, just bringing it up on the floor, if it was so important, I think it should have gone through committee last month. So I question some of the political reasonings behind this. That's all I got. Thank you.
And also to clarify, as Mr. Scudder said, the 70-30 split was to hold harmless municipalities for the loss of the home heating tax. So at the same time, we did away with the home heating tax, and that discussion of the 1% split was holding them harmless for the loss of that heating tax that we removed.
On some comments. We drew this discussion and what the county is able and does for the local municipalities has been really key. Everyone has mentioned a few things that the county, like the bridges, a good example, but some other programs that we've started, county EMS system, in fly car system, something to support our emergent needs and medical needs in our county, has been an area that has been a burden to the county taxpayers. We are starting to get that program a little more in line, so it's has some decent revenue potential, and we've got it budgeted and adjusted, so it's more accurate. But it still is an area of loss that the extra sales tax really can help contribute to, and kind of relieve some of that burden. There's other areas in the budget in our Health and Human Services departments. There's a lot of programs there that are really heavily funded by the tax base. We have an adjustment today on our agendas. It's $175,000 coming out of our general fund. We have, and this is one of many that we have done for this last year's budget adjustments. We've really put a lot of extra money into some of these programs that help those people in need in our communities. This extra tax percent helps contribute to pay for all those things. The county's been very responsible and has had a very favorable budgets, but it's for proper planning and proper use of the funds and monies that we do have, and that's been this is a helpful contributor to that, and we are fiscally using the money properly. So and this is one avenue that if we do consider adjusting that extra 1% deviation of 8515, it would leave some potential revenue losses in our budget. We'd have to make some adjustments. It's a decent amount of money that would otherwise need to be made up other places. Maybe considering, you look at your expenses, what can we lose? You look at revenues, where can we make some extras? Unfortunately, you may have to end up raising the tax rate to make up the difference. So it's not a simple just give it out and there's no ramifications to the county, because there is. We'd have to adjust. So, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, well, of course, being from and representing Jamestown, and I think on behalf of the mayor and the city of Dunkirk and the gentleman who spoke, you know, I would like to see the split go to 80-20, like Legislator Larson, you know, mentioned. And, you know, again, what was brought up as far as, you know, cities attract people, and there's multiple festivals and things going on in the cities, and the added costs of that for, you know, the police and so forth. So I think you know, I think cities have, I guess, that's part of the reason people come to Chautauqua County. Something else I think, you know, we've got to consider, you know, the county executive mentioned how all these other counties in New York State, we don't really compete with them. We compete with Pennsylvania. And on two sides of our county, you know, we have Pennsylvania. They have a 6% sales tax rate, which, you know, I don't drive to Cattaraugus County to shop. A lot of people, maybe in this room, go to Erie. And that's something else we have to consider. You know, would it be even feasible to lower it to 7.75, 7.5? I mean, would that make a difference? It would obviously make a difference in the amount we take in, but that's something, you know, I look at that competition from Pennsylvania as being more significant than the rest of New York State, something I think we should, you know, possibly consider there. But yeah, that's all I have for right
Mr.
now.
Chairman,
Thank you.
and just to kind of cut to the chase, I mean, I would support just continuing it the way we have it right now. I mean, we're kind of trying to get the tail wagging the dog here. When we come around to the budget is when we need to look at total spend, total allocations, and decide what it is we want to do, how much money we want to keep in the public sector, whether we want it at the county level or we want it at the town level, because we've got the whole 3 points to, as Steve pointed out to us, to play with then. But, you know, I am a big believer in the word called fungible, and so we can try and allocate this stuff any way we want. But in the end of the day, it's money, and money is the most fungible commodity in the world. So I would support just going ahead with where it is and taking a much more aggressive look as we come to budget as to what we want to do in terms of how much money do we want out of our taxpayers and how do we want to get it, what do we want to spend it on. You know, I'm with you. I see it at the winery all the time that people come down the wine trail and they go, hey, it was 6% just down the road, it was 8% here. Yeah, that's a thing. But if we're going to give money back to the taxpayers, I would far rather give it back to through property tax, which is 100% Chautauqua County residents, than give it back through the sales tax, which is significantly not Chautauqua County residents. So that cuts both ways.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Please.
We've talked about the impact that the 1% sales tax has on the county revenue. As Legislator Nelson likes to point out, we now have a new risk to our budget, and that is the federal aid. I would point out that the 2025 budget includes $38 million of federal aid, and that federal aid goes significantly to social services, mental hygiene, health department, and the sheriff. If we were to lose that $38 million in federal aid, it would more than consume all of the 1% sales tax revenue that we generate. So that's an added risk that we're facing now in our 2025 budget and potentially future budgets as well.
I would urge us to grapple with that come budget, as we come up to budget. And I personally think we need to get at, you know, budget data earlier than we did this year.
Surprisingly, you know, as we're looking at this, and we started looking at some figures, in the 2005, we look back to that because of the sales tax was the highest we've had in our county. Then the controllable portion of our budget was 15%. So we are looking at, and Mr. Johnson makes a good point, and we'll, you know, definitely have that look as we, you know, start. We've already had discussions of what next year's budget is, discussions are going to look like. So again, it's unique, and there are ways things we can control, but it's a challenge, always is, always is. And percentages are percentages, but we're talking, well, let's adjust it 5%. Well, what is that 5% number? Is it 100,000? Is it a $2 million shift? Is it a $3 million? We haven't given numbers. We just say, well, let's change it to 5%. Well, what are those numbers? You know, we still don't know in what those numbers and what the actual impact is. It's a discussion for here in a public setting, and you know the media is going to cover this to say, well, whether the county did or didn't, and becomes more of a, as Bob said, a political football we're kicking, as rather than just what are the real numbers. And those things are things we need to look at. For example, last year, we're still talking uniquely. Our safety net went up considerable last year. Went up about $4 million, and we budgeted each year incrementally for increases. What we're facing now is March 15th was the 5th year anniversary of us declaring the COVID crisis in Chautauqua County. Medicaid qualifications dropped during COVID. We are now 5 years out. So what is that impact going to look like on the county as our safety net starts to move forward? We did some preliminary figures from August of last year until February of this year. Safety net costs were $6 million. $5 million of that was covered by Chautauqua County taxpayers. $1 million by the federal government. There was a small portion again by the state of New York, but safety net falls predominantly on Chautauqua County. We could say even if you want to give them a third or a 20th, so we're looking at the county at $4 million of local share, and the state at $1 million, and the federal government $1 million. So those are things we do have to look at those things we need to project. We just don't know where those numbers are going to be. So again, I support what Mr. Johnson is. As the budget comes in, we look at that. We look at that because we will understand where those numbers are a little bit more. But in the first quarter, it's very difficult to project where we're going to be.
And a comment that I'd make, the distribution to these other local municipalities could be a benefit. The extras that if we adjusted that percentage that we distribute, change it from 15 to say 50%, it isn't going to fix their budgets. Both of our larger cities are in some financial despair. This extra amount isn't their answer. I know that each of those cities have reached out for a consideration of raising that amount that we're going to distribute to them. But it isn't their fix. They have more of an issue than what this would allow. Could it potentially contribute to helping? It could. But I think the county, moving forward, as we've tried to display today, we do have, the county itself has quite a few expenses that are increasing. Some of those things we have estimated the best we can, but we have fallen short on it. We do have plenty of holes in our own budget, and to maintain our own fiscally sound budget and have our cushion, it's prudent to probably keep the percentages the way they are. We are within our parameters that the legislature set for our fund balance. We are in that target range. We are seeing increases, and that extra 1% really helps cover some of those overages. So, anyone else have comments, questions, statements before we are ready to take a vote? But
Well, I think some good points have been made regarding what the county has done in taking over, the cost of bridges and culverts but still, I represent the city of Jamestown, so that's where I guess my loyalties lie. And if we're voting on this as it is, I'd have to vote no, because I'd like to see that split go to 80-20 to help out the cities. And I know it's going to be a cost to the county, but the county has a healthy fund balance, and I think to share that, to allow a little more money to the cities will help. I know it won't fix everything, but I think I have to, like I said, support my city.
Anyone else have comments before we vote? Well, let's take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
One nay. The motion does carry. Next proposed resolution today, number 3, is to authorize lease agreement with Jamestown's Rental Properties LLC. This was tabled at the February Public Facilities Committee meeting.
Morning.
Good morning.
Josh Rothwell, Assistant Deputy Director, Public Facilities.
Morning, Kristen Wright, First Assistant County Attorney. I'm here on behalf of Anna Morgan, our County Attorney. And I'd like to start out with pointing out a typographical error that needs to be corrected in the resolution. In the first resolved clause, the second paragraph term correctly states 10 years, but if you look over to the years, the math does not add up. It should be April 1st, 2025 through March 30th, 2035 to get to the 10 years.
Would someone be willing to make that
Can we
a
just
ju- a
consider
judgment.
that a typo?
Let's amend it.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution to correctly state the 10 years being April 1st, 2025 to March 30th, 2035.
And a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. It is amended. We will be discussing the new amended version. What do we have in front of us?
So what we're proposing here is a 10-year lease agreement at, everyone refers to as old Dr. Burke's old office, down at 95 East Chautauqua Street here in Mayville. And the addition to that becoming a lease for the county offers a lot more room and professionalism for our law department. By moving them down there, it's taken a very cluttered and small office area that they currently use now and providing them with a more professional setting. There's, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with being in the law department, but they literally have people working in closets. So by taking on this additional space, it frees it up for them to move down there. It also, under this agreement, there's a few conditions that we have added into it that's basically become common practice now with our lease agreements as far as cleaning, snow removal, maintenance, anything specific that we would require or want, and that will all be in that lease agreement. So this resolution is just authorizing the county executive to enter into that agreement.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution, number 4, is it's a local law introductory, 1-25. It's a local law amending local law 1322, providing for a management salary plan for county officers and employees. RE Director, Human Resources Compliance Officer for Chautauqua County Human Resources Department.
Morning, County Executive Wendell, speaking to you on behalf of the local law introductory 25. So what we're discussing here is a salary range for a combined position of Director of HR and Compliance. This is a title that was held prior to, I believe it was prior to Vince Horrigan's administration, and the HR Director was, the Compliance Director was under HR. With the closure of the county home, there was a compliance officer that would have lost her position. We brought her on. She was a compliance officer for many years, did a phenomenal job, and she retired a little over almost 2 years ago now. Since that time, the job was posted. It's been posted for 19 months. We've had several applicants, but a committee of, not the HR herself, the HR director, but several of our cabinet members were on that committee, and they were not able to come to a determination of a successful candidate. We do have a compliance committee that meets monthly, every other week, sorry, so every other week, bi-weekly, and discusses and keeps up with our compliance concerns. What we're looking to do is place this in a range 23, which is an established salary of $14,972 to $199,654. Right now, this change will not change our budget. This will not impact the budget at all. There's a stipend that does go to the HR director for the position. So we will be looking to put this, once this local law takes effect, things will be as they are, but we would just combine and actually go back to a former title of the Director of HR and Compliance under one auspice. Reality, it's one less position. Closing the position, no more recruitment efforts need to take place. It would be a cost savings to the county on a permanent basis. It eliminates a lot of questions. When do we think we're going to find someone? What are we doing to try to fill the position, which is something we have been trying to fill adamantly now since the position became open. Able to formalize compliance contact information, allows us to continue HR and compliance work with a permanent resolution, and allows us to assign the duty, a deputy compliance officer, someone who could step in as a backup when the HR director is on vacation and unable to perform any of those tasks. So at the end of the day, it's a cost savings, although some would look and see what the salary range is. It is a savings to the county, and right now would be budget neutral in this year's budget.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I just had a question about seems like there's a spread between 108 and 184. It seems like a large spread. And so if I understand, if you could hire someone anywhere in that range or start them out in that range?
Correct. The range is actually range 23, which is 114 to 199.
Okay.
That is a
But
range for
that's
the compliance officer.
Still, oh, okay, yeah, so I was looking for, excuse me, but, so that's still quite a range.
Well, it's a range, but then once you're there, that's where the cycle starts. So after your step increments, then, and what we've had in some of our department heads, they are capped out in their range, or they are nearing capped out. So for example, if we were to do a 4% increase in salary and they only have a 2% growth, they cap out. So that we do have some department heads and some employees that are at the max of their range. This is the max of the range. That's not saying, we're gonna start somebody, in the middle. Usually we tend to stay towards the lower end. Again, if it's bringing somebody new in, not always the case. The challenge with this, you look at large employers of our size or greater. For example, I hear a lot with healthcare, you're looking at starting somebody at a minimum of $160,000 or higher. There's cybersecurity, healthcare facilities are mandated to have a different, but it's cybersecurity compliance. Starting salaries are right around $300,000. So we are on the low end, and we just, at the current salary we were at, we were not able to find any successful candidates. And that did come back, is we can't do it for that salary. So what we did was we kept our compliance committee intact and active as they were, and then looked at this combined position.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, a question. What is our annual raise philosophy or policy at the county? What I'm used to in large corporations is if person A is doing the same job this year that he did last year, and he's doing an equally good job both years, if he's below the midpoint, he gets an above inflation raise. If he's above the midpoint, he gets a below inflation rate raise. Basically, because you've said that the midpoint of the range is what that job pays in real terms, in other words, inflation adjusted. But it sounded like from what you said that we have a target of raising average wages something greater than inflation.
Everyone, it depends a little differently. Prior to my coming into office, we had a standard 3% raise. Now, what people said was, some department heads looked at it, if I have 10 managers, I have 30 points to use. So some managers may be doing a job above average or exemplary. I would give them 6% increase. It stays within their budget. Well, that means somebody would get 0, or somebody get a 1% increase. So I took that out to say, again, justifying within your budgets, making sure that you can substantiate and justify your raises. But that standard 3% was if somebody's doing the average job, there's no way, now, right now, if the department heads feel that they're status quo, they could propose a no salary increase from year to year. So it all depends, and I took that away from, I shouldn't say that, I gave that back to the department heads, giving them the discretion. Because we have had some people that said, somebody took on new tasks, we've eliminated positions in the department, they've taken on twice the work, but we get a standard 3% raise, which is across the board, as we saw, through inflation. So we have taken that out, so now it's at the discretion of the department head. And many of our department heads have seen increases. We still stay somewhere between 3% and 7% increases, but again, it comes back to the department head and then justified in their budgets.
Okay.
So any of the increases we've seen have all been approved, through the budget and the personnel portions of the budget this year.
All right. I mean, what I'm used to is performance compensation is separate from trying to manage what the job is worth. And what the job is worth goes up by inflation. And then, I guess, as you said, if there's a performance differential, that's something above or below that. And yes, you do have an overall envelope to meet.
And that's unique. For example, let's say you're talking, and where I'm focused on quality rather than quantity. If we look at somebody based on a performance based on the number of cases closed, are they going to give the diligence to make sure the case is given its adequate inspection, review, et cetera? If I get paid on finishing 50 cases in a year, am I going to pay the same amount of attention as if I'm not focused on the number of cases I close rather than the quality of my work? And we've talked about this even with, CPS, for one example. We want to make sure that these situations are investigated, they're thorough, they're done to the utmost. Not trying to get something done so we can click another widget production in our docket. So it's a unique, and again, we have such a unique dynamic. Some departments, they do have cases. Some departments, we look at finance and say the number of invoices processed in a year. So it's very challenging. I understand what you're saying.
No, I have the same problem at a much lower level. I pay piece rate for trimming my Concords.
Yeah.
If they go too fast and do a bad job, it really bites me at harvest, right? But if I just pay by the hour and they go slow, it bites me at the cost of doing it.
Exactly.
There's a trade-off.
It is, and I think, I think right now the philosophy we have within our departments, we have changed cultures in many departments to where we have a solid relationship between our management and department heads and staff members. So I'm confident that we're doing that. But to your point, we've looked at things and we've talked, we've talked about performance bonuses. And again, you challenge that. To your point, I want to focus on quality, as you know, as a manufacturing rather than quantity. But it's a fine line, especially.
You got to
in this
balance
job.
the two things.
Yeah, exactly.
We base it on inflation also. What if inflation goes down? Does it stay the same or does it go down?
It's a unique question. For example, that's that's the state's comment now. We're going to keep inflation, or we're going to keep the minimum wage to the rate of inflation. Are we going to reduce it then when inflation goes down?
Understood.
Probably not. But so that's
I've never seen things.
The Fed isn't going to let
down.
that happen.
Right,
It's
exactly.
called deflation. But no, I'm old enough to remember the world back in the early 80s when inflation was double digits. And basically or my years and years in Latin America where double-digit inflation is just normal. You just end up doing stuff in real money as opposed to nominal money.
Any other questions or comments on this local law? We don't vote on a local law, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, proposed resolution number 5 is calling a public hearing pursuant to County Law 268 upon a proposal to upgrade wastewater treatment plant infrastructure in North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District.
Chair Chagnon, Chairman of the Legislature.
Matt Olbeck, Director, North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just introduce this resolution, proposed resolution. The North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District treatment plant in Mayville was one of the possible treatment destinations for our proposed sewer district extension in the one section of Chautauqua Lake that does not have public sewers, which is the area between Midway State Park and Point Chautauqua on the east side of Chautauqua Lake. So when we were looking at how we could extend public sewers in that area, one of the options was to send some or all of the effluent to the treatment plant in Mayville. So in that process, we needed to understand the capacity of that treatment plant. So we were successful in securing a engineering planning grant to study that plant, to look at its capacity. And lo and behold, we found that not only didn't they have adequate capacity to take more effluent, they actually were capacity constrained with what they currently have. And there's development going on within the district. So in the process, the very capable engineers in looking at the capacity also looked at the entire infrastructure of the treatment plant and identified significant needs for updating and or improving the existing infrastructure that's there in addition to needed capacity. So with that, I'll turn it over to the director, Matt Holbeck.
So yeah, the plant is rated at 500,000 gallons a day right now, and the average flow throughout the year is figured at about 320,000 gallons a day. Yes, we do have an I&I problem, inflow and infiltration problem that we are addressing at this time, but there's no guarantee that that's gonna drop our flows a ton, you know? There's no number that they say will. But at times during heavy rain events, for a few hours at a time, we will get flows up over 2 million gallons coming into the plant, you know? Granted, after a few hours, that drops back down, so. We're still meeting DEC permit, because they do it on the average of the year. But sooner or later, they're gonna come in and say it's not. And like Pierre said, there is expansion in the district. Mandolin Ridge didn't really take off. That's probably helping us right now. The town district's expanding as we speak. There's 90-some grinder pumps. But every day there's people calling, hey, I want to, trailer park wants to put 10 more trailers in. Is it gonna happen? We don't know, but there's talk, So bottom line is, we've got a plant that was built in 1978. Some of the infrastructure hasn't been touched since 1978, other than maintenance and keeping it going. And there's definitely, looks like there's gonna be a need for expansion or something. So this is just the first step. So we can actually look at applying for some grants.
So that's the purpose of this resolution, is to call a public hearing to consider if the legislature is interested in pursuing funding for a project for this treatment plant. The administrative board of the sewer district has voted unanimously to move in this direction, so they're requesting the legislature to call a public hearing so that the legislature can receive input from the community as to whether the legislature agrees to go forward to pursue funding for this project. To make this affordable to the users, we believe that funding is required. So that's the path that we're on, is to get the county in a position to apply for state funding in May, which is the deadline for the funding for this year.
Couple questions I have in its regards to the funding portion is, over the years, what has the district been able to put in place for infrastructure upgrades if needed over the years?
As far as,
Upgrades, what
Well-
upgrades have you put in place with funding?
Money-wise. So do we have any budget for upgrading equipment in a reserve or at any point?
there's nothing in a reserve. There is capital or fund balance of, I want to say 800,000 right now, right around 800,000.
What do you propose the upgrades could potentially cost?
$10 million. That's what's in the resolution.
So there, and that's up and down. And how much do you believe that, you would hope to secure through grants?
Minimum of 50%. We're hopeful that with the funding climate that exists, that the district could actually receive more than 50% funding.
I'm a little unclear, but same question. So the district is a legal entity which owns the sewer treatment plant? And the district is composed of the users who use that, is that right? Or is this
They-
part of a town or part of Mayville or something?
It's a county district,
Okay,
and it is an enterprise fund, which means that the users of the district pay all the costs for the district.
all right.
So the county taxpayers contribute no support to the sewer
District.
district.
Right. So, and we're, later on, we're gonna talk about expansion of the sewer
Yes.
around Lake Chautauqua, but we're just talking about bringing that particular facility up to snuff for its current load.
For its current and expected development that is occurring and planned.
All right, so that's kind of my Occam's razor. If it's something that's the expansion that has to do with what we're doing to get Chautauqua Lake cleaned up, then yeah, the county should be pitching in. But if it's just catching up on repair and maintenance that the district should have been doing itself, all right, if you can get a grant, bless you. But I'm not particularly anxious to have, reaching into the county taxpayers fund to fix something that should have been fixed at the district level.
At no point in time would we be reaching into the taxpayer fund. This district is 100% funded by the users.
Okay, and we'll
For
continue to be.
existing and for expansion and for renovation, all funded by the users.
Okay, other than grants we can help them get.
Correct.
Okay, good.
But the county has to kind of authorize the spending and get that process started, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we're doing. So, and that's a very, the best point of today is it is a enterprise fund in which it is funded within its own users' ability. So, to that point is if someone that is not in that district, they wouldn't really benefit from having their tax dollars contribute to that facility, or, they have their own septic to pay for, right? So where's their help for paying for their own septic? So, that's the point of that enterprise fund, so it's, that's
But we've
the
been,
best part.
we get Fredonia's not maintaining their water system and then coming to us. We get Dunkirk with some of their things. And so I'm just a little bit wanting to make sure, and you answered the question, that, hey, county stepping in to fix lack of good business management by municipalities is not something I'm excited about.
Right. And Fred, just to elaborate a little bit more, these are enterprise funds of the county, but they are administered, the administrative head of this district is a administrative board made up of volunteer residents of the district. So we get the opportunity to get the local view and opinion and support of the community for this regional district. So when they come to the legislature and say, we'd like to do this, we know that the local input has unanimously supported, through that administrative board, this project. It's different if someone just came to us and said, yeah, do this upgrade. Matt, I want to do this upgrade to the plant. What does the community think about this? That's the beauty of having an administrative board made up of community members.
Good.
So I applaud the discussion today because it helps educate the members of the committee, but also the public that is listening or otherwise would not understand what we're doing today. So I think that through our conversation, it's been successful to help identify the structure and layout in what we're actually doing. So, Mr. Scudder.
And just to clarify what Fred said, as far as like the Village of Fredonia, that grant money and that money was allocated to the North County Water District. It wasn't to the Village of Fredonia. With the hopes of the Village of Fredonia, or at least my opinion, would become a customer of the North County Water District, which would lower the rates for everybody in the water district. But the money was not given to the Village of Fredonia, it was given to the water district.
Fair enough.
Gets confusing, I understand.
It's government, it's confusing.
Any other questions, comments?
Just to be clear, the resolution we're voting on is for the public hearing.
Public hearing.
Public hearing.
Only.
Only the public
this
hearing,
one.
correct.
Yep.
First step in the process.
Yeah.
Gets the ball rolling
This
so
is
they can.
public facilities, but I'm just making sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Proposed resolution number 6 is to determine in relation to the extension of Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District bounds from Midway State Park through Point Chautauqua on the east side of Chautauqua Lake. We get maps with this one.
Get your maps. Tom likes maps.
He's not the only one.
He's not the, you were talking about, I do like that.
So Pierre Chagnon again.
And Tom Walsh, Director of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer Districts.
So like we have talked in the recent past, this is a proposed project that we are considering for the extension of the Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District to extend public sewers to the remaining unpublic sewered area of Chautauqua Lake between Midway State Park and through Point Chautauqua. So at our legislature meeting next week, we will hold a public hearing on this project. And if the legislature, based upon the input that they receive at the public hearing, is in agreement to go forward with this potential project, then we will be considering 5 resolutions that are required to get the county in position to apply for funding through grants that have to be applied for by the end of May. So this is the first of the 5 resolutions that will be before the legislature, if the legislature agrees to go forward. There are 4 in your packet today, and the 5th one was at the Planning and Economic Development Committee because it deals strictly with the seeker findings. So with that, I'll turn it over to the director, Mr. Walsh.
And the sewer extension that you're looking at currently, it's the Midway Park is the most northern customer of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District. The sewer extension would then take the municipal flow all the way to the condominiums of the North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District. So that would take approximately 500 customers in that area that are currently using septic systems to treat their waste, and they would then be on the South and Center Sewer District's municipal sewer corridor, and the flow would take it all the way to Celeron and treat it at the South and Center Sewer District plant.
Question. So how do you pick the customers?
If there's a boundary, and it's based on the 394 and the 430 corridor, and so there is a delineation of area and customers in that area, such as if you have a very large mobile home park, it can deviate up a certain area to make sure that those customers are served.
And you say served, is it, what if they didn't want to get served? is it a
If
choice?
they are in that boundary, there is not a question if they want to or not. They will connect. Because whether or not, this is based on a community project. Everyone has to connect to be able to fund this project. So it's for the community. And like Pierre said, this is an administrative board that has looked at it, and they have looked at this, and then now they have moved this to the legislator and their support. So basically, if you're in that area, you will connect.
But have you received pushback from people?
You know, actually, this is a very well received. We've done phase 1 and phase 2, and I will tell you, there are people that have called me, and they are somewhat disgruntled because of the fact that they have put in septic systems, and they're relatively new, and they don't feel that they should have to do this because they feel they've done their part. But as I explained to them, both of your neighbors, probably on each side of you, have not, and they have no intentions on it. So where do you think that their water is going? It's either going into your water wells, it's going into the watershed. I mean, this is an issue. I mean, as the population is building and growing around Chautauqua Lake, it's not just the lake, it's the water well contamination that you're seeing with these antiquated septic systems that makes this it's a real issue going forward.
So within this district, we're looking at people still getting water from their wells. So we're actually getting sewer out in front of municipal water.
So a large portion of this are well users.
Because usually it goes the other way around. Water comes first, sewer comes second.
Correct.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Proposed resolution number 7 is establish capital accounts for Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District, Extension Phase 3.
This is just the bookkeeping for the project.
Falls under the same discussion that we were just having, correct?
Yes.
Just a formality.
Same project, same process, step 2.
Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Proposed resolution number 8, a resolution authorizing the issuance of $35,590,000 of bonds of the County of Chautauqua, New York, to pay the cost of the design and construction of a extension of the Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District in the aforesaid county.
Same project, same process. The Environmental Facilities Corporation of the State of New York, which we will be applying to for grants and loans, requires the county to authorize the issuance of bonds covering the entire cost of the project. Even though if we don't get funding, we will not go forward with this project because it could not be affordable to the users. But this is one of their requirements, is that we have to authorize bonds. And in the process of applying for funding, we will also be applying for 0% interest loan for 30 years for the entire cost of the project that is not covered by grants and loans, by grants, sorry.
So quick question, you said that last night and it kind of ran a yellow flag up. If what we're really interested in is the health of Chautauqua Lake,
Yes.
I understand that the user should pay a chunk of getting hooked up to this, but the beneficiary is the whole lake itself.
Correct.
And so I would think that grant or no grant, this is something we want to do.
Well, Fred, I agree with you. I was the chairman of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District when it was first built. And at the time, we had 87.5% funding, 75% federal funding, 12.5% state funding. So that project was built with a lot of funding,
Outside funding.
outside funding. When that project was completed, there was desire to continue to build the sewers around Chautauqua Lake. there was no funding available. And as much as we talked about continuing to build public sewers with no state or federal funding, could not get any traction at all. So we went literally 40 years between the completion of that district and the opportunity till the opportunity presented itself for state funding to make these projects affordable to the users.
So in that 40 years, the legislature really was not up for helping fund expansion of sewerage around Chautauqua Lake out of the legislature's budget.
Correct.
That's,
We'd have to raise sales tax to 50%.
well, I mean, I'm just pontificating now, so I apologize, but I spent a lot of time rowing rowboats up and down rivers in New York State, and I just don't think anybody has a right to put sewage in the water, period.
I agree with you 100%.
Well, I mean, I would, being from Jamestown, I would say, I mean, I recognize the importance of the lake and the health of the lake and how it helps the whole county. But, recently going door to door, talking to some of the people in the city, they're not as concerned about the lake. And you try to make them aware of how important it is to the economic health of the county, but in their situation, it's really not on their radar. So it's hard to convince them.
And that's why there was no traction for 4 years.
Yeah.
And that's just sad, because to me, it's an ethical issue,
Yeah.
as well as an economic issue.
No, I agree.
It's a point that's going to be discussed and debated for another, until duration of time, right? When this project, if it comes to completion, it'll be discussed when there's an upgrade that needs to be done, it's just a continual thing. I agree, some of the people in my districts agree that, they understand the potential in the economic impact the lake has, but also they don't live near the lake, and they, those other municipalities have their own problems, that they need to support with. So, and it's hard to get the support of those around the lake to support that. It's a challenge, and that's a roundabout circle. But, as history is presented, the county can't do it completely. And if the federal or state funding ever dried up, it wouldn't happen. Just wouldn't. So, any other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Proposed resolution number 9 is authorize the county to apply for grants on behalf of the Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District to extend district bounds from Midway State Park through Point Chautauqua on the east side of Chautauqua Lake.
And this is the last step in the process to go forward to seek the funding that we believe is necessary to move this project forward.
Questions, comments? Just a comment, I want to thank the state for having these grants available, because if they didn't, we wouldn't be getting it done. And, we complain about some of our high taxes are in New York State, but some of it's utilized very well. And this is an avenue where it does come right back to our communities that people don't otherwise see. So, we wouldn't have these projects if it wasn't for the state funds. So, we want to thank the state for continuing this program and seeing that, the impact that it does have on the communities. If the county can't say, yeah, it's, we can bring all these townships together and put the money into that system, the state at least has stepped up to the plate and said, well, we will designate that tax money to pay for this program. So, they saw the problem and have stepped back up to the plate, so.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that comment, because over 40 years, we spent a lot of time talking to Albany, asking, begging, pleading, trips to Albany, and finally, they stepped up to the need throughout the state. So we're very fortunate that the state did come through with funding availability.
Yep. So, questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Next proposed resolution, number 10, is authorized extension of the Elections Cybersecurity Remediation Grant Program Award for New York State Board of Elections. Typically, I don't have too much trouble with some of these titles, but today, some of them are kind of tongue twisters.
Good morning, Sam Zafoto, Deputy Director of Finance.
Nicole Ellis, Board of Elections.
Luz Torres, Board of Elections.
Nope. Well, thank you. This is a resolution is to authorize an extension of a cybersecurity grant that Board of Elections has access to. It actually expires at the end of this month, so we needed a quick turnaround. In working with the IT department and the IT director, we were able to identify a cost that the county would have that we legitimately could use the grant for. So this is just giving us the ability to submit for reimbursement.
Questions, comments? Well, Sam had a very thorough explanation, so nobody has
That's
any
right.
questions. I know why you brought him now.
That's right.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will typically try to take a break around 10 o'clock if we're going to go through close to noon, so I think we will, so we might as well institute a brief recess. Miss Dickey is on her way also, so it'll enable her to hear this next one also. So we just break for 5-10 minutes. We'll come back and finish our agenda. At this time, we'll call the reconvene after our brief recess and break, so I hope that you've all been refreshed.
Feel great.
Next proposed resolution, number 11, is to amend the 2024 budget for year-end reconciliations, capital and inter-funds accounts. Thank you.
Kitty Crow, Director of Finance. I just provided a handout just as a backup of the reconciliations happening in this resolution. Mainly attributable to our interfund account and several capital projects. So the interfund account is used to transfer to other funds, and so for example, like our interest earnings or the ARPA projects that are capital projects, we have to transfer those revenues from the general fund to those capital accounts. So in cleaning up or reconciling year end, I should say, there were some capital projects to reconcile, some ARPA projects that were, just want to reiterate, all the ARPA projects were fully appropriated by the timeline last year. But some of those projects, we didn't expend all the money yet, so we won't recognize the revenue in 2024. We'll end up recognizing it in 2025 as it's spent down. The remainder is spent down this year. So we are, that's the bigger transaction in this resolution, the 3.7 million. So we're reducing that expenditure, and then we're reducing the revenue that corresponds because it won't be recognized until next year. There's, as a net result too, we'll be returning some interest earnings back to the reserve for capital in the total of $153,000. And then, you know, I can walk through the adjustments, but those were kind of the bigger highlights. But if you just want to take a minute, and if you have any questions, then I can answer.
Just looking through here, it's nice to get some of these cleaned up. I see some of the dates are from a ways back, so it's good to get some of those close to make that project come to a close, because realistically, if it's from 2010, it probably already needs to be upgraded again, just the way it is. So it might as well close the first account. But anyone have any specific questions related to any of the items listed here today? I'm not hearing any. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution, it's amend the capital project accounts, Jamestown Community College.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Dennison. I'm the interim vice president for finance and operations for Jamestown Community College.
I do believe that this resolution has been amended, and so we will be discussing the amended version.
Yes, if we could, yeah, I wasn't sure whether we'd be discussing the amended or the original.
So it does say it has been amended, so I guess we will be discussing the amended.
Okay.
And that's been on our desk.
Okay. Yeah, and the only change was a change in the amount of the request. I don't have the amended number in front of me. I think it's $68,500, something in that range.
Yes, I believe you're correct.
$750, but yeah. Yep.
$68,750, thank you.
Close enough.
So this resolution is to ask for additional funds for an existing capital project. We did receive approval for a capital project to renovate what we call the Learning Commons at the campus. It's in the Hultquist Library on the ground floor of that building. And the total budget for the project is $543,000. Of that amount, half is funded by the state, 25% by the county, 25% by the college. So that project is in process, but once we started the project, part of the project is to replace carpeting that's almost 30 years old. When that carpeting was removed, we found that there is asbestos underneath the carpeting. So we are obligated to abate the asbestos. We work with Labella and Associates on a lot of our projects. So Labella did do an estimate for us on the abatement, and that amount is $275,000. So we are asking the county if you would consider increasing the budget for this project, increasing it by 25% of that additional $275,000 for the project. And I should also add that we have not yet approached New York State about increasing the budget for this project. In our experience, the state almost always funds projects that are approved by the county. So generally we start with we make a pitch to the state for overall projects, but in this case, I thought it was prudent to approach the county first, because, as I said, if you agree to this increase, it is almost a surety that the state will also fund the increase.
I have a technical question.
Sure.
I understand that when you are doing certain projects that you come across things that are unexpected. Would it be too far for them to have expected that there be asbestos under it, given past history of when it was completed or prior applications that were used under the floor? When you put out a process, or let's say the college says we want to do this project, and you put it in the hands of a firm to put the work together and come up with estimates. Part of the diligence there is to know what they're working with and what they may encounter. And I'm sure that throughout that process somewhere, you would have hoped that they would have identified that there was asbestos, and that abatement would have needed to take place. And that's part of what your research would have done, or pre-planning. And so really, my question is they really should have caught that asbestos before, especially in that large amount. And if they would have really concentrated on finding that prior, you would have been planned for it. I understand now you got the carpet up, you need to kind of move forward and fix it. And so, unfortunately, it's you have to contend with it now. And so, the use of the extra money now to complete the project is necessary. But my hope is that future projects that those firms can identify those potential things that may come up. I think that it wouldn't have been too far of a stretch to understand that the type of material they may uncover underneath that rug was asbestos related, and they probably should have had pre-planned for that. So
I think that is certainly a very valid comment. The only thing I would say is that we as a college are not architectural experts, so we are relying on, I'm not going to cast the blame on Labella, but Labella and Associates is the one that did the estimates for the project originally.
Understood, and I agree. I don't believe that it's the college's mistake. You put that in that process into another agency's hands to come up with those estimates, and it's not the first time they've encountered that type of
and I think,
project.
Looking at the projects that we have on the horizon, nothing jumps out at me as asbestos risky, but we certainly will be asking, I think, more tough questions of Labella in the future. Say, do you think this is a possibility for any future projects?
at the end of the day, no fault, really. It would have just raised the initial ask, but at that point, it would, you know, all those are initial asks and plans are planned for in expense. And now, you know, when it's out of the normal, it's a big, we were just seeing our portion of it, our 25% of it. So it was a hefty cost to the college and also the state.
Yeah.
You know, that extra money that the state is putting into this project could have done half a mile of sewer pipe.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean, it's a good point, but as I guess they say in the movies, that's kind of spilt milk under the bridge. Being a private sector guy, every time I hear some of these things come flying into the public sector, I go, wait a minute, who says it's $275,000? Who's doing this construction? Do we have a competitive bid? How many square feet are we talking about?
And I do have all of that information, and I can share it with you if you would like.
Right. Did we do competitive bids against
Yes.
that 275?
Yes.
Right.
Labella Associates did the analysis of the cost, and it looked at, there were 3 different scenarios or means of abatement. You know, there's one where it's kind of just patched, if you will. I mean, it meets the requirements, but it's just kind of literally a Band-Aid. So that was one option. There was a midpoint and a high point. And Labella advised us to take the mid-range abatement strategy, and they did do costing based on the square footage that is involved.
What does that come out to, the square foot?
I don't know if I can look it up because I don't have internet access on my computer. So I don't know off the top of my head.
It's just when I see, you know, that kind of thing coming at you, is, you know, there's the old adage, don't get mad, get even. And so, okay, guys, let's make doggone sure that we're doing this in what is going to be the lowest cost, short and long term, and squeeze the contractors pretty damn hard, and squeeze the Labellas of this world pretty damn hard, since they're the ones that put the milk under the bridge.
And I should tell you, Mr. Johnson, that, so Labella they've done an estimate at this time. It has not gone out to bid because at this point, like, we don't know where the funding is coming from. So they worked with Erie Contracting, which recently did the asbestos abatement at the Jamestown Community College Annex. So it is, and I say, but they did talk about 3 different levels of abatement. But I say we do not have exact bids, but we would, of course, go out to bid if we were, well, it's not an if. I mean, the if is how do we pay for it? The question is how do we pay for it? We will have to do the work because, as Chairman Pavlik indicated, like, carpet's already torn up. Like, we know it's there. We have to do it. So when we have established the funding, then we will go out for competitive bid for the project.
Okay, so Erie Contractor won't be the only game in town. Good.
They won't be the only one.
All right, thanks. Good.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I made some comments to the Administrative Services Committee regarding this resolution. And my concern is that we provide funding to JCC for projects, and I'll underline the projects plural, because each year they bring us a list of projects that they would like to pursue funding for, and we select the ones that we would like to provide funding for. But that is in my mind, the extent of our commitment is to fund for the projects that are presented to us with the cost estimates that are developed by JCC. We don't take any responsibility for the management of those projects. That responsibility for the management of those projects lies with JCC. So, as you pointed out, we have a situation here now where a contractor to JCC apparently did not do the due diligence to determine some additional costs that were required. When we have situations with multiple projects for JCC, where one project might go over our budget just a little bit and another project might come under budget a little bit, we allow them to take care of that by moving the funds between the projects. And we have a resolution that is asking for just that activity. But this one, they don't have available funding from other projects to cover this mistake, this error. At the Administrative Services Committee, I made the statement that this is a dangerous precedent for us to set. And at the time, we heard that JCC has not yet pursued other potential sources for taking care of this error. So that was my concern that I raised to the committee on Monday night.
Well, I think that, I didn't think of that, but that's an excellent point, is, you know, we fund projects, but after that, they're your baby, and if something goes south, it's not the county's problem.
What other avenue would college pursue if this was defeated?
Thank you for asking that question. I did discuss this at Administrative Services as well. So as I mentioned earlier, not doing the work is not an option. So if we're not able to get additional funding from the county and the state, our options would be to entirely fund the addition from college sources. We do fund 25% of all the projects. Students are assessed a capital project fee when they attend, so we do have a pool of money for capital projects, but in general, we are using that money only as 25% of a particular project. So we potentially have what we call our chargeback fund. We have the possibility to approach the College Foundation. We have done that for other endeavors. And the third option would be to reduce spending on other capital projects. The most likely source would be, there's a 2025 project, which is to install a new generator at the Sheldon building. Estimated cost of that project is $300,000. So we have discussed internally, if we are not able to secure additional funding for this asbestos abatement, most likely scenario is that we would delay the generator project for another year. Obviously, that's not our preferred option. That generator is at least 30 years old, and that building holds the servers for all of our computers. So my buildings and ground staff is, they have problems with the generator already. Waiting until 2026 to replace it would be a possibility, but possibly a risky one. But those are the scenarios. They say college funds at 100%, we approach the College Foundation, or we delay that generator project for another year.
Or combinations thereof.
I'm sorry?
Or combinations thereof.
Yes, true.
Do you have a response from the state on this ask? So, obviously you're asking the county for the 25% or the $68,750. Has the state contributed their portion, or they're otherwise said that they would support that extra increase?
We have not approached the state yet, but as I said earlier, at least 99% of the time, if the counties approve it, the state will fund it. Mm-hmm. So we don't have any reason to suspect that it would not increase its funding.
Have you had has the college experienced, has there been an instance where the county has voted against something, but the state has still continued to support?
No. If the county doesn't support it, the state will not.
Okay.
So, but let me ask that question differently. If you come up with the 25% from sources other than the county, will the state support it?
No. It does require, it requires sponsorship participation. So the county being the sponsor.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, may I ask? Can the county support it at a lower rate instead of the 25%?
Not really. I mean, you could support this project at a lower dollar amount if that was your choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, to say, for example.
Like
50
10%.
Yeah,
Or
well,
15%.
or probably what would happen in that case is whatever amount of money the county was willing to contribute, that would then, become the 25%. The state would contribute twice that amount, and there would be a gap there, and then so the college would have to make up that gap. So the state they'll fund twice what the county funds, but not more than that.
And your operational leaders, I'm sorry. Your operational leaders have looked into other funding avenues in case the county doesn't approve it?
As I mentioned, the other avenues would be possibly increasing the college's contribution. It's those three choices. We would increase, use more from our fund. That happened recently with a project, renovation of the Sharman Theater. It went over budget, and the college actually, contributed more than its 25%. So that's an option, and probably curtailing other capital projects.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment, during talking with constituents in my district, people receive their county tax bill and they already see a pretty large portion that has been, received on behalf of JCC. And that portion is it's a significant portion of your property tax bill. Mm-hmm. So, and I will agree that with Chairman Chagnon is that this, I do see the need, and I do see that that project needs to be completed, but also I do see that if this consideration is made at this point, it is a sense of precedence setting a resolution, in the sense that what's to oppose you to come back next year and say, hey,
right,
we're replacing another generator that needs to be repaired, and we unforeseen that it wasn't big enough spec, and now we need another $25,000 to upgrade it, and the panel wasn't able to. So I kind of tend to agree with the chairman that over the years we have been willing to make the adjustment of this fund capital project to this one, because it really is up to the college to manage what they would like to do. And if you want to make those lateral adjustments, then that's the college's prerogative. But it would be a challenge to have some of my constituents say, well, you approved some more spending for the college out above and beyond what you'd already had, so.
Well, there was just completed the end of last year an economic impact study. It was statewide. It was about all SUNY campuses. But the economic impact from JCC in particular was that every dollar that the county spends on the college returns $1.10 to the taxpayers. And that's because of increasing education. It reduces use of social services. The college employs quite a few people. Obviously for this work, if it were to be done, we may be using maybe a contractor from outside of Chautauqua County, but also likelihood that we're employing Chautauqua County people. So my response to the constituents would be, and this is done by a nationally recognized firm that does this type of work, that every dollar that you spend on the college, you get that back plus 10 cents.
Then we should spend more.
That's right, you should spend more. And the other comment I would make is that for looking at 2025, we go through at the college a comprehensive look, as the county does too, of all of the capital needs. Our capital needs in 2025 were over $6 million. Of that $6 million, only 1.7 was funded, and that starts with the county. That 1.7 is the total amount, including the state and college contributions. But we are we're hard pressed to keep up with all of the capital needs. As I said, we identified 6 million in needs and only have, for this year, less than $2 million to spend. So it's a big campus, a lot of needs. We don't take this as lightly, but we're struggling to keep ahead of the curve, quite honestly.
Are you unique in that, or is that a trend throughout the SUNY campuses?
It's we're not necessarily unique. Part of the problem is that a lot of community colleges were built around the same time, which is around 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all kind of reaching an age where they need a lot of work.
Understood, and I think that that discussion needs to be had with the state as much too.
Yes.
And if this is the process going forward, you're going to burden those local communities, then I will agree with you that there's benefits, and that's why the county over the years has supported it, because we need to. But we have plenty of other expenses.
Absolutely.
And that's and it is a challenge. And but I know that later today we do have a discussion with regarding some of the capital projects with the college, and that's needed because of situations like this, and this is the type of thing that maybe we can discuss during that discussion area. But I think the college should have an opportunity to try to themselves have in there a plan of what if this happens, and how can we make up this difference. And it could that it's not a unique situation, and you're going to encounter this moving forward. And then at the end of the day, you're going to be up against the county making that decision, us, and if we say no, then that's where it ends. You did come up with some other alternatives, but like you said, you're going to be kicking the can down the road with other projects that really it's a ripple effect, because you have identified over $6 million of needs that you have just scratched the surface. And that 6 million is now turned into 8 probably, because there's other things added to the list, and inflation, and what did they miss? So that's a challenge. Mr. Nelson.
Oh,
Nelson,
yeah,
sorry,
thank
go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. I think the point you made about the economic impact is important to consider, and I've always thought of SUNY and all the colleges as an investment, especially GC, in our people. So I think it's important. Although we can say, well, gosh, they should have seen this coming. I don't know, probably, but I think I would support this so that we can get the state funding too. So just my take on this.
To my question, and we're here, can we just test that assertion? Because it just seems to me that if the college goes out and breaks its chops to raise the 25%, I would be more likely as the state to give them money than just if the county just slapped it in there. So can we ask George to test that assertion, or what's the deal there?
Legislator Johnson, you're probably reading my mind, but that was exactly my thought, is that the standard practice is that the county agrees to fund 25%, the state will fund 50%. But that's just been the standard practice. I don't think we've ever tested it, as you say, to say, if the college agrees to fund 50%, will the state fund 50%? I don't know that's ever been tested. So I think that's a question that should be asked.
Okay.
Yes.
And I agree with that statement. I think that is something that we can discuss in this discussion forum, those options, because it is important, and I do really feel for the college in sense of those projects. But I think that I will probably be voting no for this, just because I think the precedence is there for. It opens the door for future projects.
Sure.
And I think that the place, if, I am open for discussion of how it is organized. And I think that a mechanism, just as we're discussing, if we could test that somehow. You know, I would like to, if you could adjust this to, we would contribute $1, but is the state only gonna contribute 2 then? I don't know. That could be our test. You know, let's pass the resolution with contributing $1 and see if the state does 2 or 400, you know, 2, whatever that amount is.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that between the college and the county and our state representatives, we can test this without having to pass a resolution for $1, which would kind of be locking everybody in. And if we test the concept over the next days and weeks, this resolution could come back to us next month.
But I will say, in the meantime, they have a ripped up building that they need to get back in order. Is this gonna, this is gonna postpone? that?
Yes, that would
Okay.
present some challenges. Right now, yeah, so, you know, that we have a ripped up building. There are some things that are and can continue. But that we're probably talking about, you know, maybe 2 to 3 weeks worth of work. And after that time, you know, we would be at a standstill. Or, you know, that's the time when we'd have to.
See, my proposition of $1 starts that process. Is the state gonna say, well, okay, we're gonna do 2? Or are they gonna, is it gonna hurry that process?
So they would approve a $4 project. How is that gonna help JCC with their dilemma?
It isn't, but at least it shows the fault in the system, you know, I know. So.
But that would bring $4.40 into
You can buy the guys,
There you go.
buy everyone coffee while they wait and figure out.
I think we're at a point where this is, in my history, hasn't really happened before. But let's also take into consideration, we do, as a legislative body, support JCC. We're not the bad guys here.
Understand.
Yeah,
we
have
very
an
much appreciate
expansion
the support
project
that we
going
get.
forward. Yeah, this has come up. We need to address it. I think the thing to do, like I said, at Administrative Services, I heard what Pierre said, and then I heard what you said about looking into other funding revenues. So I think we need to let that happen, and that's why I'm gonna vote against this unless Mr. Abdallah has something that's gonna change my mind.
Just a couple comments, and I mean, just as many of you know, even while I was county attorney, I was also JCC's counsel for a number of years, and I'm still working with them on the Y project. But just a few background items. I mean, state law contemplates that the sponsor, in this case, Chautauqua County, pay 50% of the cost of capital projects. We are unusual and maybe unique in that this county only pays 25% of the capital project costs. Now, of course, it could be said that, well, if this county was paying 50%, maybe it would fund less projects than it does when it's only paying 25%. Understood. But that's just a background aspect of it. I think that in likelihood, actually, and just speaking from my own thoughts, if the college comes up with the 50%, no matter how it does it, the state will fund the other 50%. However, they will require that the sponsor, in this case Chautauqua County, approve of the project, even if it's not putting in any money into it. I mean, you have to have sponsor approval of the capital projects, however they're funded. I don't know the background of not catching the need for asbestos abatement, but it seems to me that, of course, had it been spotted at the beginning, would it cost any more than it's going to cost now? I mean, I suppose if asbestos abatement had been included in the initial project request, maybe this county would have funded less projects because there was going to be an extra $68,000, though. But that's for you all to think about. But I think it can probably be done, even if the county does not fund.
Does not contribute.
But you'll have to approve it.
So a question would be then, if we would have to approve this, it would just be for a $0 amount?
I mean, we would probably rewrite the resolution to just state that you're approving the project and that funding had been located elsewhere. So I think
The
if,
project already, it exists already.
and I guess my question would be whether, when there is a change in the middle of the project that it does not correspond to SUNY's budgeting cycle. I mean, normally it's only once a year you get to ask SUNY to contribute to projects. But I honestly don't know how they handle unexpected cost overruns during the middle of a project. I mean, it doesn't make sense that they would have to make you wait until next state budget. That's in 26, 27.
Yeah.
I mean, December 15 is the deadline for submittal to SUNY for capital projects. Maybe they have a fund that handles
And
overruns in
we
the midst
haven't,
of projects.
yeah, we haven't asked the question specific to this project. JCC does have some funds from the state that they're in a category called suspended. And so like with the asbestos abatement of the annex, that project is, it's run a few dollars over budget. And I have already approached the state about modifying the budget, and the response was, send us a modified project action form, and we'll get working on it. So I think, the state does have the ability to amend projects mid-cycle.
Mid-cycle.
Yeah.
I think I can speak for the legislature. If it isn't we're not gonna contribute at all, and they need approval to remove the asbestos, I think we'd be okay with saying go ahead with it.
You want also to, if it would,
At least I would.
contribute to the sponsorship of the state for the project too, right? And if that's what's needed. And I will reiterate, just because I want this discussion or this comment to be in this particular discussion item, is, we are specifically, this is an area that we need to have an open discussion with the college in sense of how are we doing this moving forward, and if we have run into these instances, it's a challenge. We do want to support the colleges, and it's just really hard to have a yes or no. And if we say no to this project, you're going to have to hopefully obtain the funding. If you don't, you're going to have to cancel another project that you have and move that funds into this one. It's just as compounding the issue, because you're already up against it with projects and funding, because it's just very, very hard to get ahead when you're so far behind with capital projects. And as Steve pointed out, Steve, why are we only, what is the agreement and how are we only doing the 25%? Is that an agreement with the college in the county, or is?
It's just an informal practice that dates back decades.
Yeah.
But I might suggest that, you could, pass this resolution on to the full legislature, without recommendation, perhaps, and perhaps between now and next Wednesday's, some more feedback from the college and more answers to how this could be structured might be found, and then the resolution could be amended next Wednesday night.
So I'm very open to that, and that's kind of what I was hoping, is that we don't want to hinder the process, because another month would really delay that process. A lot of work could get done, and I hope that you do fund the project and can move forward with that abatement and not steal from another. But doesn't mean, so if we would adjust this current one just to that, and if that would be enough time. The other thing, I suppose, is to keep the project moving, is, formulate an emergency resolution in the sense that you do want to steal from that other capital project, continue with this one and refund that other one, right, by funding this one. But at least it would enable you to move forward still. Doesn't mean that you can't continue and do this. It's really just securing the funds that you do have, I guess. to your means.
And we wouldn't necessarily have to do an emergency resolution. I mean, if we continue with this one, or, you know, we could amend the budget in a month or two. I mean,
Okay.
it's a big
Understood.
budget for this project. We're not gonna go
In
over
the- in
budget in the
arrears,
next
so.
couple of months.
You know, so I think that delay, you know, you have that card in the back of in your wallet, but you almost have to keep the project moving forward and then work out on the funding stream. So, you know,
Right.
the timeline of the work being halted, don't halt it, continue on, because you're gonna have to do the work. Just keep working on how to fund it,
Yeah, true.
so. Any other comments, questions?
So as it stands now, I'm gonna vote no, right? We gotta vote yes or no, so I think we're at no.
We do have to vote yes or no to move
Yeah.
it forward. We don't have to make
I mean, it has in the past occasionally been done that it's passed on without a recommendation in circumstances where more information is needed. And so no one wants to vote yes or no, but they vote to pass it on to the full legislature without a recommendation.
Okay, and so if we, you know, if everyone is comfortable in doing as Steve suggested, we can do that. Anyone have comments on that, how we're gonna push that through?
I would prefer to vote yes or no,
Okay?
and
I
I've already
would-
voted no on it in administrative services, so I know how I'm gonna vote.
I'll vote no anyway, but if we wanna make a motion to kick the can down the road, and I'll make the motion and we can vote on the motion.
I would vote yes to support it now, and I'll probably vote yes.
Steve, I think we're gonna
Legislature
do a
meeting.
vote, and it'll work out how it works out. You still have time to work on it, and,
I mean, we're the funding part, we're not the project managers.
Yep.
So if we make a decision, it can go back to them to make their decisions, and then whatever happens, if it needs to come back to us, we're open for business to.
just the rules, so if both committees vote something down as a resolution, it still is presented to the full legislature next week, right?
No.
Or no?
No.
No, I don't.
So
Well,
by
if a single legislator pre-files it, it can go without committee approval.
Okay,
But once it goes through committee, it has to have a signature on it to go forward.
Yeah.
which, if we vote on it, Mr. Nelson's gonna vote yes, he will have a signature on it, right? So it'll go forward, even
Well,
though
I'd
it's
say
defeated?
if he chooses to pre-file it in his name, just to avoid confusion, I think legislator Nelson would need to signify that he is signing it and pre-filing it for the full legislature.
The other alternative, Steve, is for, if this is not approved in a current form, and you can present legislator Nelson with a revised resolution that he can pre-file in his own name.
Would it,
If they have the answers by tomorrow at 10 a.m., because that's when the pre-file.
Pre-files.
You better get going.
I would think that would be the preferable route, if Kathleen, if you think that can be done.
I will try.
And if not, it comes as an emergency resolution, legislator Nelson.
We can always do that.
yes, and no, and that's why I brought that emergency resolution up. There's an avenue, and I think, I think under the given circumstances, we would be very open to allowing that emergency resolution, just in the fact that the way it has come about. Not
I
speaking
mean,
for
the
the
question will-
legislature and that, but
Yeah.
it depends on what the resolution would be, but.
And the
Understood.
question will be from a project standpoint, can it wait a month for something else to be presented, is what I think you need to find out.
Right, and to find out from New York State, what is the likelihood that it would fund an increase out of cycle?
Yep.
So, okay.
Do we have a vote?
Any other questions before we vote?
Am I the only one voting yes from the committee?
We'll have to see.
I'm voting no.
We'll have to see.
Okay.
Let's take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay.
Nay.
So the resolution is defeated, so proposed resolution.
Now we're gonna do one the way we do them.
Next proposed resolution is number 13, is to amend the capital project accounts, Jamestown Community College.
I think this one is easier. This one probably should have been done first, but as Chairman Shagnon noted, his preference is for us to reallocate funds among existing projects, so that is the intent of this resolution. We have two projects that are nearing completion. They are part of a state project, and that state project is completed, and so we are reallocating funds from that state project among the county projects within it. And we find that the roofing project, we are expecting it to be overspent by $2,340. And also the underground heating project, we expect that to be overspent by $30,392. The roof project, that one is kind of an ongoing project. We have new funding for roofs in 2025, so we'll be adding to the roofing project number 2. But as I said, the state project that funds this is coming to an end, so that's why we need to do a resolution for that project at this time. The other project number 12, the underground heating project, that is completed. It was over a $3.5 million project. The work is done. Unfortunately, it is about 1% over budget. So what we're asking is to increase budgets for those projects and decrease the budget for our infrastructure project. So this is a self-balancing resolution, moving money between established projects.
Questions or comments for Kathleen? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution is number 14. It is setting the salary for senior legal secretary. And our presenter will be in both places.
Good morning. My name is Emily Woodard. I'm an assistant district attorney. With me is Madeline Cantaguglia, executive assistant to the district attorney. We are here this morning to ask your support in the creation of a senior legal secretary position. That position is important to us because we have noticed, as a consequence of the discovery laws, that our current legal secretaries are doing much more expansive, high-quality work that's requiring them to work independently and make decisions using their own discretion. That's a change that didn't exist before the laws shifted. Furthermore, we're seeing our legal secretaries drafting complex legal documents, communicating regularly with law enforcement, and this is looking more like work performed by a paralegal. So the hope with this position is to bridge the gap between legal secretary and paralegal. And in looking at the level of work our current legal secretaries are performing, the grade is really not appropriate or adequate in light of the work that they're doing.
Makes sense as jobs evolve and things happen. If an assignment's given and it's done well, it continues down that path, but sometimes this sort of thing needs to come about to make sure that it's properly compensated for, and moving forward, someone knows actually what they're getting in. The job description has just simply changed because now there's something new that you're
exactly
required
right.
to do. So makes sense to me. Questions, comments by anyone?
I think you made some good points about the additional duties. But, I mean, have you made an effort to find what someone in private, working for a private attorney would make? Is it, because this comes out to, I don't know, 60,000 a year plus benefits?
I'm not quite sure if we've looked into the private sector as far as what the expense would be
Yeah.
there, but this recommendation came in consultation with Human Resources and Finance. Currently, our legal secretaries who are at the highest grade within their level are making a comparable amount of money to this, so this is just a slight increase for them.
Okay. This is a headcount increase, right?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a headcount increase. We have secretaries within the legal secretary position who would qualify for a senior legal secretary position.
But then those positions would need to be backfilled.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Because that's really where I'm headed is when we do a budget, it's got a dollar amount with it and it's got a head count or whatever the accounting code is for salary and comp. And if we're living within those budgets, I'm okay with it. If we're busting those rules, those boundaries, then I would say no.
The other thing that I want to bring to your attention is we currently have 2 open paralegal positions and 2 open assistant district attorney positions. And we're almost to April and they haven't been filled. So we're not expecting there to really be an impact on our budget.
All right. And for this year.
That's correct.
But are we going to cook something into next year that then we have to fund? Because we've still built the headcount, it's just later than we thought.
Really, and what you were saying is your FTEs most likely won't be adjusted as just the classification of the individuals?
Yes.
Again, and what I'm after is, things come in over the transom all the time, and no question about that. But a budget is a budget, and one of the things I'm against is headcount creep, or at least unbudgeted headcount creep, real estate creep, what have you. So if you can assure us that this is all within budget, it won't ricochet out into next year's budget, then go for it.
Thank you.
Please.
So these resolutions are just creating the title. They're independent from the budget, so to speak. They are still obligated to operate within their budget until they come to you and ask to amend their budget. So I just want to make that distinction. So whatever this title is, that allows them to hire under that title, but they still are obligated to stay within their budget unless they come to you for a.
Both on headcount and on dollars.
The budget is not adopted at an FTE level. The budget is adopted for total dollars in that classification. So if they can find a way to have greater FTEs but still stay within the dollar amount, that's their discretion, under their discretion. The budget is not adopted by FTE.
I understand the clarification, thank you. And, we got a camel's nose under the tent here, and I just want to make sure we're clear as, where the camel's coming from. And I understand that we'll have a second bite at the camel.
Camel's nose under it.
No, and that's a good point, Fred, is this does say, it's a salary to be set for a new position. So it is a new position, but, as Kitty points out, is if it's within, it's the department's responsibility to manage manage their department and stay within that budget, unless, otherwise we'll have that ask if you wish to go outside of that, so.
There you go.
Thank you.
Questions, other questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Proposed resolution number 15 is reallocating salary grade for resource assistant crime analysis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Debbie Mikowski, Director of Human Resources. Excuse me. I am speaking for the sheriff, who unfortunately had a scheduling conflict this morning. He does send his apologies. This proposed resolution is to reallocate the salary grade of a resource assistant crime analyst within the sheriff's department. This title is only used within the sheriff's department. It's being requested to align the salary to the scope and responsibility of the title, as well as the skill set of the person in currently in the role. The sheriff mentioned in another committee meeting, he's learned that Erie County is allowing this work to be, excuse me, taken over by the state. The obvious concern here is that the state will then attempt to recruit, trying to pull from anyone, even in other counties, who are in the same or similar title. This reallocation should help us retain our current employee, knowing that she likes the area, she has family here. I do want to call out and address the 5-step grade increase. This is at the request of the sheriff. It was vetted from an HR point of view as well as from a civil service point of view. It was also approved by the reallocation committee, which consists of the county executive, the 6,300 CSEA union president, and myself. In addition, knowing that the question is going to be coming, the sheriff's department has proactively budgeted for this upgrade, and it should have little to no impact on their budget.
Questions, comments?
So, if I understand that right, this is an existing individual we're going to promote from grade 12 to grade 17.
Correct.
And the only reason we're doing that is we have added significant duties to her job that warrant that change.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, just to be clear.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Next proposed resolution is reallocating salary grade for network infrastructure supervisor.
Good morning. John D'Angelo, Chief Information Officer, Orange County. The resolution in front of you is to increase the grade of our network infrastructure supervisor from current grade 23 to a grade 26, which would put that title on par with the other leaders in our department. We have a senior systems analyst title that is also grade 26, and they are the highest graded union members of the staff. This title has taken on a ton more responsibility in recent years, primarily due to cybersecurity responsibilities and the increase in complexity of that threat. We are also going to be hiring a cybersecurity analyst, which has been budgeted for this year, and this person will oversee that individual. So there'll be additional supervision that this title will be responsible for, in addition to the higher level complexity that the title has now endeavored to perform. So that is the logic behind why we're doing this. We're doing it now because I am going to start looking for the cybersecurity analyst position soon. Now that we've hired a recruiter in the HR department, it should help us recruit somebody. And like I said, that position will probably be either a grade 23 or 21. So as a supervisor, this person should be at a higher grade than the person he's supervising.
How many people does he supervise now?
1.
So he'll go from 1 to 2?
Correct.
Okay. And he's had significant increases in duties over the last couple of years, which have not been recognized?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? I guess, I just applaud the work that you do to advocate for your employees in the department, just as well as the last resolution we discussed. It is correct to make those adjustments as the job changes. So, thank you for coming today and, advocating for that employee and for their compensation for the work that they're doing for the county. It's important that we do that.
Yeah.
So,
and I have looked at the salaries of similar titles across public sector. And those range between 118 and 193, and this is lower than that. So I hate to compare us to places like New York City. I don't think that's a valid comparison, but we are on the low end even with this upgrade. That title will still be on the low end of things. But
Okay.
okay.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
And the next proposed resolution is 17, which is reallocating salary grades for storekeeper 1, storekeeper 2, and storekeeper 3.
Hello, Tim Carr, Director of Public Facilities. Again, this resolution is for reallocating our storekeepers, which they had submitted to HR. And what we have decided at this point was our storekeeper 3 would go from a grade 11, step 8 to a grade 12, step 8. And our 2 storekeeper 2s that we have would currently go from a grade 8, step 5 to a grade 10, step 5. So basically, they would go up 2 grades. And what I would like to include, though, is most important, is these gentlemen are in charge of all of the purchasing of our parts for not only the 3 highway districts, but also the airports, the sheriff's department, basically the landfill. Any parts that get purchased for equipment goes through these 3 storekeepers. Okay, and they're responsible for reporting things into New World. They do inventory once, sometimes twice a year, and it's something that's has not been looked at since the early 2000s for their reallocation.
Questions, comments?
All right. So the way I read this is an equity adjustment. This is not an increased duty adjustment.
Yeah, but their duties have increased because they are also helping out with bidding as far as equipment goes and setting up specs and all that those things also are included in their job duties.
And those last year or the year before were not part of their job assignments?
No, not as much as they are now.
Because when I'm a little bit allergic to what I call equity adjustments, because the other side of those questions is, well, it's the position you're trying to be equitable in comparison to a correct basis. So I tend to go back to, okay, what were you doing 2 years ago? What are you doing now? And if it's worth more, then we should pay more. But if you're not doing anything more, then no.
I feel they're doing more now than they have in the past.
I will take your word for it.
More responsibility.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
is this going to be budget neutral for your department?
Yes, we'll be able to make the budget.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution is 18, and that is amended 2025 budget for the district attorney.
Good morning, Sam Zafoto, Deputy Director of Finance. This is to amend the 2025 budget. There are kind of 2 pieces to this. One piece is a budget neutral piece, and that is a replacement of some Surface Pros, which is from some grant funds, so that is a budget neutral piece. And the second piece, which is the use of fund balance. And just as a little discussion I had, is those who were here with the budget hearing may recall, we had a discussion at the end of the savings we had that you would entertain an ask from the district attorney's office here in 2025. And that's what this is. And this is a personal computer relations specialist in the IT department. We were not prepared to come forward with this at that time. Basically, this is an IT person allocated to the sheriff. The DA was very passionate in his need for this, for basically forensic work through discovery and cell phone data. So basically, we were not there at that time. So this is a 1.0 FTE increase on the short term to the county. This is moving it from the savings at the hearing. In the long term, the county IT does have a position that we have basically for the recruitment and training of a replacement of a senior member that will be not backfilled. I cannot guarantee that basically the person's still working, so that's probably 2027 we'll see a drop off. So for the interim, it would be an increase, and then the plan is to basically drop back down, I would think, in 2027.
No, and I thank you for bringing in the history to that, because it's important. You know, the work that the district attorney's office has encountered has been a pretty significant increase. And also, just as we just discussed with some of those other adjustments, the type of work that is needed is adjusted. And so this adjustment is to simply keep up with the duties of the office. And
Yeah, this, honestly, my initial discussions coming into this role, this is one of the first things the district attorney brought up, was his need for this additional support.
Yeah.
If he was here, he'd be very passionate about it at this moment.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I would just call it my prejudice. I'm very much in support of helping the district attorney in his job, and there's probably some other departments in the executive that could be trimmed if necessary. So if this is an increase FTE,
It basically would be at this point probably for 2026. Once that retirement in IT happens, the plan is to not backfill that.
Oh.
So we would eventually, because this is housed under IT but allocated to the DA,
Okay.
we would eventually return to our current number.
right, so you know, it's a temporary increase, and B, if it isn't, we'll offset it somewhere else. But it's just within our responsibility as a county to manage headcount creep. In terms of this particular position, I endorse it altogether.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Nelson.
we have seen increases in the public defender's office, if I'm not mistaken. And to be fair, I think the DA, you know, is in that same position where they need additional funding and support. So I think it's necessary.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, proposed resolution number 19 is amend the 2024 budget year-end reconciliations, departmental hygiene and social services. Yes.
Good morning, Diana Songer, Deputy Director of Finance for Human Services. This resolution is to amend the 24 budget for year-end reconciliations for the Department of Social Services. Some expenditures have exceeded the budget while others have a surplus. We are requesting an increase of fund balance in the amount of $175,012 and to make the following changes to the 2024 budget. Increase appropriation accounts totaling $4,205,451. Decrease appropriation accounts totaling $812,510. And increase revenue accounts totaling $3,217,929. The increases in appropriation accounts are due to increasing cases, resulting in increased expenses, which are offset by the corresponding revenues. Some other reasons for the higher appropriations include some software expenses were budgeted to equipment but were paid by the contracts. Some accounting and related service expenses increased due to a rate increase and an increase in the number of applications. The emergency housing costs were higher due to an increase in homelessness cases, which went from 118 in December of 23 to 188 in December of 24. Child care eligibility changes in October of 23 resulted in more families qualifying for the program. Child care assistant cases increased by 182 between October of 23 and February of 25. Foster care rates increased because all counties were mandated to pay foster parents the maximum state aid rate. Previously, many counties, including Chautauqua, were paying less than the maximum state aid rate. To reduce the financial impact on the counties, the increase was implemented in two phases. The first one increase was in April of 23, which averaged about 22%. The second was in July of 24 and averaged 18%. As these numbers demonstrate, case numbers have increased in many areas, causing appropriations to exceed their budgeted amounts.
We were able to offset most of these increases with the additional revenues and appropriations that have a surplus. The handout shows how we offset the increased appropriations.
Questions, comments?
So, Mr. Chairman, to summarize, if I may, we're looking at basically in all of this, a $4.2 million hole, and we're going to reach into the fund to the tune of $175,000 to add to that net. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's $175,000 is about 5% of this whole thing. I would ask Human Services, well, to go back and see if they can cover that 5% within your overall budget as opposed to going to the fund. It's 5%, and this is just a portion of that budget. I hear that there's more demand for this, there's more demand for that. To what extent are you pushing back against those demands? Those are.
This was the 2024 budget. This is already done.
Oh, this is already done deal. Oh, so I'm sorry. Where's it say 24? So we're just approving something that happened.
Yes, it's
Ah,
already happened.
Forget it. Go for it. My mistake. I thought it was 25.
You'll be able to have your point made, because I'm sure that in 2025, this will be coming. So save
Well,
those thoughts, Fred.
But let's have it in 2025, not in 2026, when it's a shot bird.
Yeah, because, throughout last year, we had made several adjustments throughout the year. So they were mid-year reconciliations, I would classify them as. So this was a end-of-the-year reconciliation. I would suspect that we will have some mid-year reconciliations with this department, because, and you'll be able to bring those comments forward then, Fred.
I appreciate it. I just assumed this was an actionable item. Obviously, assumption is wrong.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proposed resolution is authorize acceptance in New York State OASAS 2025 funds for substance use disorder prevention and treatment.
Good morning, Trish McLennan, Deputy Director with the Department of Mental Hygiene and Social Services. And this is a resolution accepting the acceptance of funding we receive annually from the New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports. That's that OASAS. They are one of our two regulatory bodies for both mental health and substance abuse. And each year we do receive a substantial amount of state aid funding from them dedicated to certain agencies. One of the agencies is UPMC Chautauqua residential program that is only exists because of state aid funding. There is not a billing opportunity for that, so part of the funding to operate that program for our community is through state aid funding. The other one is for Prevention Works that I think many of you are familiar with. That's an agency within this county. It's the actual only OASIS licensed agency for the prevention services. They work highly in the schools and with adults as well. And then some of the funding is also for the Chautauqua County Department of Hygiene outpatient clinics for substance abuse treatment in an outpatient setting. So this is just for you to receive the money. It does not require an amendment because it's already in our budget for 2025. So you're just accepting the funding, and then County Executive Wendell will sign it and send it back to OASIS acknowledging we've accepted it.
One question.
Sure.
Any strings attached?
No, sir.
Okay.
Very good program and much needed. So, questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next proposed resolution is 21, authorized standardization of Viking detection PB200E XRF lead paint analyzer.
Good morning, folks.
folks. I'm Jessica Wesley, Chautauqua County Director of Environmental Health Services.
I'm Anna Poe, and I'm our Childhood Led Programs Coordinator.
We are presenting this resolution to standardize the type of equipment that we are using in our lead programs. We have previously purchased a number of these Viking-specific devices, and we are ramping up our equipment purchases for the lead rental registry program, which is the new fully grant-funded program that we're implementing in the 14701 zip code. So we need some new equipment for the new staff that have already been included in the 2025 budget. And so we want to order the Viking machine because it's good, does exactly what we need it to do. It is durable. We have not had problems with the current devices that we have, and it does, yeah, it just does exactly what we need it to do.
Financial impact?
Nope, so these devices will be completely paid for out of the grant monies that are coming from the state, which have already been included in all of the budgeting.
What is the need to standardize? Like, I understand that, you know, it's through the resolution, it says there's two
Brands.
two brands. Now, I understand why you would want to select one over the other, and that isn't but what is the need to state that?
It's about being able to purchase
Mhm.
and get through the purchasing process as efficiently as possible. So if we've standardized that we are choosing this brand, then going through the purchasing process is more efficient to get us the devices that we want and that we need.
Sorry. So at the end of the, you know, the purchasing policy, you know, this, even through the state, you don't have to necessarily accept the high or lowest bid. You can still pick and choose what you want based on some of those other parameters. What I don't like about this sometimes is that authorizing that standardization is, what if this changes in 10 years? And now this particular device is the substandard one. Are you going to ask us to de-standardize this and switch to that one? You know, why are we putting a block in when really all we would need, you know, we don't need to, we're just trying to expedite the process where you could otherwise get to the same alternative, right?
The bid actually came in as a lower bid as well. So
We're following the
we're
guidance
following
given to
guidance
us
of
by the purchasing department.
Okay,
With
so
who- and
why is the
we may
purchasing
have-
department wanting to standardize?
It's not that it's not usually that the purchasing department wants to standardize. It's usually the department that wants to be able to purchase like if there's specifications or a brand, so that there's consistency every time they purchase that type of equipment. You know, there's things that you have to consider, like, is maintenance the same on if you're just always going with the low bidder, and you might have to purchase something else, and then there might be slight differences in equipment or require different types of maintenance. So in some instances where it's to our, the purchasing department can then put the specs out that we're only purchasing, you know, this brand in this specific item every time we're gonna replace it. But purchasing can't do that without there being a resolution seeking standardization of a specific piece of equipment.
And if I may, this is a piece of measuring equipment, and so you want them to be comparable, because if Joe's in Jamestown taking a measurement and Pete's in Dunkirk taking a measurement, you want them off the same equipment that are calibrated the same way.
And we want our staff working in different programs to be familiarized with the same piece of equipment should we have to wiggle job responsibilities in a pinch.
And they also come with a software that generates reports. So then the reporting would all look similar throughout every single program that we use, going out into the community for contractors to use, things like that.
Right. So it's not a pickup truck, it's something that really benefits from being standardized.
Correct. And, I mean, if in the future, some new amazing device comes out, we're open to there being new devices, but for now, this is our best option, so we're following the advice that's been given regarding the resolution. But yeah, we're not gonna close our eyes to new equipment that's available in the future.
Also for residential use, we have to use a HUD-approved XRF. So there's many different XRFs that are used for many different purposes. Because we're residential lead-based paint, that is our focus, and we have our HUD funding. We have to use HUD-approved equipment. It's this brand or another brand. We already have this brand. They're amazing. We've had 3 of them since, I don't know, 2016 or 17, and they are just little tanks. They hold up very well. We send them for resourcing every 18 months, and other than that, just standard maintenance on them, which we also budget with grant funding. They really have needed no other upkeep. So they're just a pretty good, solid product.
Well, yeah, just to comment, you mentioned the 14701 zip code, so that's Jamestown, that's me. When this
Largely, yeah.
legislature did- Yeah, yeah, and so I appreciate that, and just how important these inspections and testings are, and who the people they serve, the children, yeah. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, and I don't want to disagree with that. Some of my philosophies is, when you're trying to pick a standardization of a certain implement, it's just shuts the door completely to anything
No,
else.
it's a good question.
So, and then if you can, in essence, still purchase this through other you're still going to purchase it. It was the cheapest one, right?
Yep.
But also, down the road, it just handcuffs you, and also it doesn't promote open business in a sense too. Years ago, Standard Oil made a big monopoly because they were the one, and everybody bought it. So, and if we would.
But isn't there only 2 choices?
There is only 2 choices.
Right now, but,
Wow.
in essence, and we don't need to standardize to still be able to purchase and use those, and that's my point. But just as an observation I made. We don't need to standardize to still purchase them, but.
Give them a break.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Don't need to standardize. Next proposed resolution is 22, is authorizing a public hearing regarding a potential application for 2025 Community Development Block Grant funding through the New York State Office of Community Renewal and the uses of said funding.
Hi, good morning. Stephanie Nick, Special Projects Coordinator, Planning and Development. So this is simply to authorize a public hearing for next month, April 23rd, for the CDBG grant for the House on the Hill.
Questions or comments?
These grants come through the Department of Housing and Urban Development,
Yes.
and I've asked this before, but are we concerned about future grants?
At this point, no. The money for this grant has already been budgeted.
Okay.
So as far as I know, which I don't know how much anybody really knows at this point, it should be good. But the county doesn't really have a stake in financially in this grant. They get the grant goes through the county. We're a pass-through for this, and then it goes to the company or the person who's applied for it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Is there a sewer district person here still waiting for the other one?
Oh, I can do it.
I'll bring it forward, and then if our resolutions are done, we can get into discussion.
Okay.
Next, we'll do a resolution that was proposed under other. It's authorized the county to apply for grants on behalf of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer Districts for review of wastewater treatment plant capacity.
Chair Shagnon, Chairman of the Legislature, and board member of the Administrative Board of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District. So earlier today, you approved a proposed resolution to call a public hearing regarding the North Chautauqua Lake Sewage Treatment Plant renovations for the need for additional capacity and for renovation of equipment. When that need came to light, the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District Board said, hey, you know, we've been making improvements to our treatment plant, and as it sits today, we have available capacity because of, in particular, the fine bubble aeration that we installed a couple of years ago. Our capacity has substantially increased in that treatment plant. So, you know, for utilization of all the county's assets, maybe it would be worth considering if there is a way that the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewage Treatment Plant in Celeron could take some of the load from the North Chautauqua Lake Sewage Treatment Plant instead of upgrading the capacity of that plant. So we are now asking the legislature to approve the pursuit of an engineering planning grant for the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District to look at that question. And this had to come quickly because the deadline for this grant application is April 14th. So we didn't have time to bring it next month. So this is, could be an opportunity for the county to better utilize some of its existing assets, and also the potential for funding for the North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District is not a certainty. So if that funding doesn't come through for that plant, there may be another option that could be fundable. So trying to look for opportunities with the existing assets of the county. So this is what we're asking permission for, is to apply for an engineering planning grant for that district to look at their available capacity.
Sounds like a good plan. You know, and I think that the two of them can be fluidly moving together.
That's the hopes, yes.
You know, and, you know, I think that, you know, the North District does need to upgrade, but to what extent, and in what that looks like, and that ability to maybe utilize some of this other plant's capacity. But so it's a kind of interlocking, but
sure. And with the extension on the west side of Chautauqua Lake that's currently under construction, the facilities of the South and Center Sewer District will literally be within a mile of the infrastructure for the North Chautauqua Lake Sewer District. And with our hopes to extend the Center District up the east side of the lake, then the facilities will literally be feet apart. So the potential to connect the two districts is extraordinary. Not immediate, but extraordinary. So now's the time to study it and see capacity availability could present opportunities for in the future.
as you sit on a legislature, you end up hearing a lot about studies and how much they cost. Mm-hmm. And unfortunate matter is you have to have the studies and you have to do that, and that's the part of the process, because studies are a very large expense.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why we look for funding.
We'll look for funding. So
there are beltway bandits and there are now environmental study bandits. Consultants are expensive.
Yes.
Or have made themselves expensive. But anyway, if it's an application for a grant, we should go for it. Yep. Just a side question on these more urban sewer districts. Are storm sewers and sanitary sewer separate or conjoint? And if they're conjoint, how much of a problem do we have when we have a big snow melt or a rain?
The county sewer districts are all separate. Our two cities have combined sewers. Not totally combined, but to some extent combined. The Dunkirk system is much more combined than the Jamestown system. I know way too much about sewers, Fred.
Oh, I know. But I used to row by the outlets all the time. So that's something on the horizon to fix, they say in Dunkirk?
That's definitely been a push of the EPA. And so they're encouraging municipalities to separate their systems, yes.
Okay.
A lot of times for the person to answer Fred's question a little more is, the grade itself will tell you. It has where it's headed. This grate in this pipe is connected to waters and seaways, and it'll have that mark right on it, or it'll go to a treatment plant.
Yes.
So, when you're nosing around and looking pay attention, it'll tell you where it's going. Questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That concludes our resolutions for today. Number 23 is we do have some discussion items. First discussion item on the list today is our review of investment portfolio, presented by our finance director.
Mr. Chairman, we wanted to actually let Kathleen Dennison go before us if we could, since she's being asked to turn that around in 24 hours. We kind of figured we'd do her a little favor and let her.
Good for you.
Let her finish up so she can.
Back there working already. Also on our agenda, under other, is a discussion for the status of capital projects at JCC. And Ms. Dennison is here to provide this presentation with us today. And as a result of other resolutions today that we've discussed, the need for this conversation is very, very well warranted, and we look forward to what you prepared.
Thank you, Jennifer, and the committee for moving me up on the agenda today. Again, I'm Kathleen Dennison, Interim Vice President for Finance and Operations for JCC. I'll try and make this bigger for you. You may recall in January, I came to you with a resolution to repurpose some capital funds from demolishing the JCC annex buildings to doing asbestos abatement. A lot of talk about asbestos today. And the committee justifiably expressed some concern because when we presented that resolution, we had actually already repurposed the fund. We'd done the work, we did the abatement in December, and we were asking for the change in January. So that was a little bit out of order. And so I committed to coming back and giving you an overview of the capital planning and project process at the college. So that's what I'm here to show you today. So let me see if I can get that bigger for you. So what we're looking at is the way our capital projects are structured. So this first blue box here, these are all part of what the state calls critical maintenance. So this is a 2021 project, goes back that far, and the state awards us a certain amount of money, and it's all in one kind of lump sum called critical maintenance. We do tell the state what we plan to do with that money before it's approved, but honestly, once it's approved, we have a lot of flexibility on how we spend the money within that project. And so this first column here, original budget, this is what we expected to spend the money on. HVAC work, more air conditioning work, Fed is our physical education department, academic PCs, Sheldon Center computer labs, and voice over internet protocol phone replacements. So these are the things that we plan to spend the money on. And then this next column, column C, you can see there's a lot of ins and outs. So that is our adjustments to the individual endeavors within that state project. And so the adjusted budget column is what we finally settled on as far as what we were going to spend that money on.
Kathleen,
Yes.
are you required to do some of all of those, or can you choose not to do?
We can choose not to. As I say, the state is very flexible. And say, we provide a narrative of what we plan to do.
Right.
But, looking at these ones down here at the bottom that obviously we ended up not doing.
Right.
We don't really have to go back to the state and say, well, we're not doing that. We reshuffled the money.
You just stay within.
We just, yeah,
the money.
as long as,
Okay.
the state has very few buckets, if you will. Critical maintenance is the big bucket. There is a separate bucket for demolition. So with the proposed demolition, that had to be requested in a separate line item from the state. So as long as you stay within their buckets, you can pretty much do what you think is necessary.
You have to get an asbestos garbage can.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I got a question about that.
Yes.
Does JCC buy laptop computers for all of its students?
No.
Does it provide that?
No.
I'm looking at that line for
The computer lab?
laptops, so that's for a computer lab?
Yes,
Okay.
those are computers that are physically in classrooms.
Okay.
So this is the state bucket, and then across the columns here, these are, whoops, sorry. Each of these is a different state project. So 196, 197, these are critical maintenance for different years, and we'll see those as I scroll down through the projects. But then once the state projects are assigned, then we have to split them into county projects. So these are all of the county projects within that state critical maintenance. So we have to stay in the critical maintenance bucket, but we also have to stay within a budget for, say, IT, sidewalks, infrastructure, underground. So when we come to you looking to possibly move funds around, as I did today, we would be looking to move funds between these county projects because we've got a maximum that we can spend on each county project. And these budgets are set up to follow that 50, 25, 25 split. So the first section, state budgets would be 50% of the total. The county budgets come up to 25% of the total. So this first block here, this is colored in blue because these projects are all finished. And this 2021 critical maintenance, we recently closed it out with the state. All the funds have been expended, all the vouchers were prepared and paid by the state and by the county. So the next block, these are projects that are in critical maintenance 2022. And again, the blue ones are ones that we have finished our work on. And again, looking at the budget, there's definitely been a lot of changes from where we started to where we ended using the money. So the blue ones are finished. The purple ones are ones that are, they are in the future, have not yet been started. And just recently we made a major change in this because you'll see a couple of these projects, these air handler projects, we thought we were going to spend the money and we are not, in large part. This is one of those allocations that you just approved today. We had to take money out of our infrastructure plans, spend it on the underground heating unit. So blue, things that are done, purple, things that will be done, and the kind of the orange ones, those are projects that are in progress right now. We've got, we have active purchase orders for those eco-structure projects. Those are moving ahead right now. And I say we've got some additional things that are already done, the underground heating unit being kind of one of the biggest ones. So again, these are all projects that are in that state 2022 project. And you see them over here, the state budgets, it's state project 16197. And again, all of these budgets, they are split into appropriate budgets for different county projects. So questions on that so far? Not sure what to ask.
No, I have some comments or questions, but I think I'm going to reserve to hold them to the end because
Sure.
I want to see the whole presentation.
Okay.
So.
You answered two of mine by me not asking them, so. Thank you.
And really, that's, that's kind of the crux of things, but just to show you what else we're working on. So critical maintenance 2023 was a pretty small project, just 2 items in there. The Sharman Theater, that's been a long and expensive project. Had to be modified because we were cited for an Office of Civil Rights violation because it wasn't appropriately ADA compliant. So a lot of money been spent on the Sharman Theater because you see it here, this is phase 2. Up in this 2021 project, OCR compliance for the theater, that's phase 1. So, about 250,000 here, and then another 55,000 here. Lots of money. There's also on this list, cat generators, that's Cattaraugus County. So within the state projects, we request money for our campus here in Jamestown and or Dunkirk, and also the Olean campus. So we've got a similar arrangement with Cattaraugus County. It pays 25% of the projects. So some of that state money is allocated to work in Olean. This is our 2024 project. This first group here, these are all Cattaraugus County projects, mostly roofing. This block here is what we are currently working on here in Chautauqua County. LED lighting, the Learning Commons, that's our friend that we talked about earlier. So here's that $543,000, the original budget for the Learning Commons project. We're doing some additional work in the gym. General painting around the campus, new flooring in the res halls, that's already installed. Just some general interior repairs, and then clerk of the works, that's our capital project manager. We have the retired director of facilities for the college. He works for us part-time. He's really the one that's keeping all of these projects moving. And as you can see, there's a lot of projects. So he only works part-time, a few hours a week, but it's a big help to keep everything on track. And then the last group is, I should say, okay, here is our asbestos abatement and demolition. That was a separate project, so it's not a critical maintenance project because it's in a different bucket for the state. And that is the project for the annex to either do the asbestos abatement, which is done, demolition no longer on the table for that one. And then the final group, all in purple here because they are in the future. This is our lineup for the 2025 critical maintenance from the state. These last 2 roofs and vehicles, those are in Cattaraugus County. But this purple group here is what we plan to do in 2025 here in Chautauqua County. The generators, that is the project here that would possibly be delayed if we have to finance use that money to pay for the asbestos abatement in the Learning Commons. So the main thing I wanted to show you is all the different projects that are in play. So that is why sometimes we might be a little bit behind the 8 ball and requesting appropriate budget amendments, but also just to give you a picture of how we have to manage the funds. Again, we've got our state bucket divided into appropriate county buckets. So happy to answer any questions.
Just an observation that I want to point out that will lead into a question or a comment. But, it's a challenging process. I understand how it is, and it seems like it has, as a facilitator or manager of the accounts, it's challenging because you are you don't know the outcome of some of those things, and you have other boards that you have to go to get the fundings. You know, as we stated, you know, you have the amounts, but then you can pick and choose which projects to bring forward or steal from or not do or do. And it just seems like a pretty inefficient way to do it. And I just wish there was a better way. Now, maybe there isn't, and this is the way, but in moving forward, that's the way it is. A comment that I would have is, you know, I think through the years I've served on the legislature, we've come across some situations that are a little more unforeseen and unexpected. The creation of a potential new reserve account could help in sense of like an emergent use fund that would be authorized by the legislature. It would have to be established, and obviously rules of how it could be enacted or utilized, but something that you could fall back on in those, like your emergent situations. So instead you could come to the legislature and say, could we utilize $100,000 out of the emergent reserve fund because we have some unforeseen things that have come up. And that would have to be managed in sense of, you know, maybe a one-time institution of an amount put into there, but then let's just say we started the account and it was 300,000. Every year you'd have to maybe implement a contribution of at least maybe 25 or 50,000. I'm just coming up with random examples, but the college would be responsible for managing it in the sense of we have this little cushion that can help us when we really, really need it, and then that way we don't have to really jeopardize some of our other important projects that need it. Now, if you deplete it in one project, it's only getting refilled by $25,000 each year, so you're going to have to wait, or, you know, and so it's just a simple thought I was having.
Okay.
But, I mean, it could be something that could be instituted to help with those emergent situations. Something that we were discussing today, you know, we really don't want it to impede the college's ability to get those projects done. You know, the decision we made today is going to really put the strains on you if you can't get that work completed in a different way. And like you said, you know, you have a generator plant that a generator that needs replaced. You're just going to be crossing your fingers that you get it done, or you know, or that it doesn't break if you can't do that project. So, and if it does break, and you do end up suffer some loss of equipment because of that situation happened and your servers are now overheating, it could escalate. So, you know, a reserve account of an emergent use type could be established.
Could be helpful, yes.
You know, and it would be just that. It wouldn't be something that you would depend or revert or fall back on, you know, unless you really, really needed it, you know. But just as an idea that could avoid some things like we encountered today.
Yeah.
And that would take some planning, but and also the development of some terms and rules around that account, how you could pull from it, how it's put into, you know, how it's added to. It'd be nice if the state would participate in that, you know, if they would, they can certainly identify with the issue that we have. If they could contribute to it as well, that would be great.
True.
You know, just as the county is contributing, let's just say we contribute 25% to this new created emergency fund, the state could maybe put in 50%, and the college could see the need and say, so maybe an establishment of a emergent reserve account is just as a suggestion and maybe a solution. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Might help us in the future moving forward. Even as you jibber-jabble some of those other things, they could be, you know, that's where the line has to be identified as an emergent use or like a fill-in or a, you know, you'd have to really put some really good parameters around that.
When it could be used.
Yes, because you can't, you know, like an instance today, I think would classify that as you know, you don't want this project to stall, and you really don't want to steal, and it's a small enough amount. You know, I think you have to have a parameter maybe of an amount you would draw from it too, you know, so it's kind of capped and you don't deplete the account. But, you know, you routinely, there, like this is, it's really the ask today is really a pretty small amount in comparison to what the complete projects are, you know, so, and you identified earlier that the complete list of upgrades in projects could potentially be 6-7 million,
Yeah,
right?
and-
So,
And this, this number here, 9.7, that's the value, total value of all projects on this list.
yeah,
50% funded by the state. This, the 9.7, it does include the project, the first one from 2021 that's completely closed. But even without that, your active projects that we're working on total almost about 8.7 million.
what is specific for our county of that?
Of that, 25%.
There's some Cat County stuff in there?
That's true, there is some, yeah, so the county, looking at the county ones, open budgets would be, right now, $2.1 million.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and including that one that we just closed out, but
Okay.
around $2 million.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I think I would offer, you know, having a fiscal background. I've had a number of projects, you know, we have 14 hospitals, so, you know, it's difficult to get all these things done. You mentioned that in the, you know, what JCC offers to the community. Is there any opportunity to go back to the vendors who are offering these bids and, you know, what's budgeted to see if they would be willing to, you know, give you some kind of discount towards that? I was very, very successful in reducing the expenses on some very large projects for
Okay.
my health system through that avenue. Letting the vendor know, I want to continue to work with you, but I need to get that number down to such and such.
Okay.
And it might just be, you know, good as the fiscal manager to go back to the vendor and say, hey, we're asking all of our vendors to give us an 8% reduction in that number. And, you know, many hands make light work, right? So if you can kind of put some friendly competition in there, you know, we got to get that number down. I have a project going on at my house right now. Said the same thing. It's got to be under that number, period. Don't go over it. And
Yeah, I have to admit, that's not a strategy that we've used. We do have a bidding process.
Yep.
You know, so we do solicit sealed bids, take the lowest bidder, but haven't really gone back to the vendor and say, needs to be better.
yeah, I think, you know, it's prudent to have a good fund balance and, you know, be able to adjust at the end of the year. Every accounting process has that. But, you know, I just feel like, you know, it's important for the vendors who are offering you these services to understand that everybody's feeling the pinch. And, you know, we just don't have the money to just keep, you know, giving it out, you know, to everybody. And so I think everyone needs to contribute something and just come up with a number. I don't know, 5%,
Yeah.
if that's the number you think. I think someone said it earlier, but I just think you need to go back and say, hey, we got to get this roof done. but it's gotta come in under this number.
Okay.
And see if that vendor, you know, could, you know, give you a break there. Tell them you wanna do business with them, but it's gotta be under that number.
Right. Okay.
You know, sometimes you gotta play hardball.
Any other questions?
Questions, comments?
Well, especially if you're doing a sealed bid kind of thing. So somebody's shooting in the dark and you go, hey, I'd like to work with you, but it needs to be 10% down. You may not in fact be the low bidder, you may be my preferred vendor, but I need to get you to be to the low bidder. You want the job or don't you? And often they'll go, yeah, I do. But that was a shot in the dark when I gave you my sealed bid and now I'm willing to move.
It's hard, you have to really walk that with a fine line too, because there's some legalities to that.
Oh.
You know,
No bait and switches, no, but, by the way, here you go.
questions, comments? We really thank you for coming in today and presenting us that information. I think, you know, like my comments, we really want to make this a process that's a little more seamless. It seems like sometimes we have some hiccups, you know, and that's, you know, really the process that we've also invited you in today to help fix some of those things, you know, and, you know, moving forward, I really would hope that maybe you could explore that potential reserve
fund, sure.
You know, and if it was started with X amount, and every year it was contributed to, and it would be best if all the partners involved could contribute. And if it, let's say we didn't use it in 10 years and it had built up, you know, we could maybe utilize some of it, but only down to that initial investment amount or something. You know, there's a lot of inputs in it, but I think that could be a good answer, so.
Well, our capital project requests of the county for 2026 are due in about two weeks, less than 2 weeks. So I can put the reserve fund, be looking for it.
Emergent reserve fund. I think it's would answer some of these.
Right.
Some of these things.
Yeah. All right. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can at this time go back to our discussions, and we can pull them in any order that you so choose. So if someone really had to get out of here, or if you're in for the long haul, come on down.
I would ask that we go through the variances first, because I do have to leave by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And if we have to do the investment report next month, it's not critical that it's done this month.
We get to see it from the back.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Do you want this regard? I mean, you want to take it with you? Okay.
At least that's what
And
they
if,
want.
you know, and if you've got questions after you look it over, just shoot me an email. Okay.
Looks good. Okay, what's next?
Thank you.
There are 2 microphones. Kitty Crow, Director of Finance.
Jen Swan, Budget Director.
What are we gonna look at first, just so we're clear for, we're gonna do the,
We've got the 2024 variances that we wanted to walk through with you
Okay.
first, just because Kitty
She-
needs to
she
leave
has to leave.
at
Yep.
1.
Okay.
So we wanted to at least get through this with
Leave
everybody
at
first.
6.
some variances first. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, so from the top, you will see our 2024 unaudited results. The total variance to budget after all adjustments to date is 3.93 million. And your notable variances are listed down below that top section, obviously. We've got various surpluses and deficits. You've got your sales tax surplus, pilots had a little bit of a surplus. Our real property taxes were down. And I believe at least a portion of that would be due to the fact that we did not have any auctions last year.
It was additionally, like, you received emails throughout the year from Todd Button regarding the adjustments to uncollected. So that's driving really the deficit there. We did collect interest and penalties throughout the year that were more than budgeted. And we did not budget to have an auction this year. So, but because of the adjustments to uncollected, we did have an increase in the uncollected. So that's mostly driving that deficit.
What is peels under sales tax?
Pilots?
Payments in lieu of taxes.
It's spelled wrong.
Oh.
It's
only
peels.
hour.
Peels.
That's why I called it
That was
peels.
my- yeah,
I knew what it was.
I'm like,
I just
what?
had to, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so we have a deficit in our mortgage tax. We also had a deficit with the tribal compact revenue.
And just to further elaborate, we do intend to have upcoming some discussions related to the real property taxes and some of those deficits set. So it's something that is something that we're going to pursue. I just wanted to make that note so that we recognized it, but also what are we doing about it? So those meetings are gonna start happening, right?
We'll be meeting, if needed, monthly, yes.
So,
Yeah, and that will help us, clean out some of the things that are outstanding. So it'll just help kind of clean things up.
sure, and that's, it's important. I just wanted to make that note. So we're gonna start figuring out how to work on that deficit amount, so.
But I think what you're saying there is, if you had a deficit in 2024 and it's over and done with, it's over and done with. But if it is foreshadowing a problem into the next year, then what is it foreshadowing and what are we doing about it?
Yeah, that there has been an increase in what we carry on the book, it's not a write-off, but like an increase in the amount that's cumulative in the uncollected category. So Todd had to book an increase to that amount for 2024, which meant it's an expense in that given year. So it's been a long time since we've reduced the amount of uncollected, but.
But we don't expect the uncollecteds to increase more next year, or do we?
It's hard to say.
But
yeah,
in our budget, we did not budget for increasing them more, or we did?
We don't necessarily budget for uncollected taxes, because then you're essentially double taxing. If you're setting the property tax and then also adding an expense for the amounts that's not going to be paid of that levy, you're putting that uncollected burden on the tax levy indirectly. So it's not necessarily a budget item, but we do have to adjust the amount of uncollected when it's occurring.
Right, and the avenue to reclaim that, it isn't through the taxes, it's through the other means necessary, auction, just simply claiming it as a loss and using other funds and just negating it, and whatever that is going to be moving forward. But that's what we're going to discuss.
Yeah. It's just what's got a future impact, we're interested in. What's done is done.
Just want to note on the tribal compact, there is another, I guess, pause and it's, I was at the NISAC conference recently and did sit in on that committee meeting where it was discussed, but there's, the agreement is kind of out of agreement right now, and so it's just kind of hanging out there. So we had planned to get more of that revenue in 2024 as well as 25. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that to see if that gets resolved anytime soon. But the last time, it took a couple of years before it was reconciled. So it's just kind of a watch item for the time being.
Okay, so that brings us to the material vacancy savings that you'll see noted for the departments that are listed. They had the most notable amounts in total vacancy savings. There were other smaller amounts throughout the county, but those were the ones that we felt that were the highest, that we felt we should actually call out, that were true surpluses. And we also added the balance of the contingency allocation to that category. So that remaining $163,000 in the contingency is also applied to the vacancy savings. We have our miscellaneous interest earnings. We had a bit of a surplus there. Mental hygiene, the mental hygiene programs had a deficit. As far as our local share went, they exceeded their budgeted local share by $504,000. Mental health law had a slight surplus in their expenses to offset that a little bit departmentally.
I would just, sorry, I just want
No,
to
go
add
ahead.
to that. So that deficit is really related to how we budgeted the vacancy savings for that department. In hindsight, we should have, at the time we put in the vacancy savings for that department, there should have been a revenue adjustment, because for the most part, all of their personnel costs are reimbursed. So it was, kind of a, oversight, I'd say, on my part. At the time, we were doing the budget, but it wasn't, I don't want you to think that it was their problem or they mismanaged their budget during the year. It was just a result of how we had budgeted the vacancy savings for that department.
Understood, yeah, if you're not claiming the expense of that individually, you're not gonna get the
Yeah.
revenue for them
So,
too.
right.
And I just, while we're on that vacancy savings, have raised concern over the time a lot of the departments over the last couple of months have come with some adjustments or year-end reconciliations, and they didn't experience the vacancies that they were expecting. This otherwise says that we are still experiencing vacancy savings in the sense that.
Yes.
And so overall, looking at that in pre-planning for this coming year's budget, do you expect to kind of keep those rates similar, or are you gonna
I think
wanna
we'll have to
downsize
look
it?
at that, but we've budgeted a higher, a vacancy savings the last couple of years, just because we've struggled for so long after COVID to refill all of those positions, and we had an unusual amount of positions unfilled. That, I think for this next year's budget, we won't see as much of that, because by the end of this year, our hope is that we are
Sure.
having, we're not having the vacancies that we've seen the last couple of years. So yes, I do expect we'll be reducing the amount that we include for a vacancy savings.
I've made a point to ask all those departments when they're in front of us if what they're experiencing, and a lot of them have full employment, which is great, or near, or they're filling a position, but.
I believe countywide it landed maybe right around 5% on average, at best, is where the actual vacancy savings landed this year.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a smaller percentage than the actual performance had been for the last couple of years. So it's, as Katie
Yeah.
mentioned, it's something that we're gonna have to go back and revisit it and see what, if anything, would make sense to plug in for 26.
It was prudent for us to plug that formula in and experience it. We've had a couple, things that we didn't calculate for, but pretty much it was seamless, and it helped us make a balanced budget by utilizing that amount.
It did.
But I think we do need to start reeling that back a little
Yep,
Yeah.
agreed.
before it starts hurting us.
Well, then it gets to a point, if it's a vacancy too long, when does it become not a vacancy?
In a lot of cases, sometimes, it can literally take several months from the start of the hiring process to the end of the hiring
Right.
process. So in the meantime, people are struggling to keep up with the work, is just what.
Oh, no, I
we're
get that,
having,
but
yeah,
if
so.
we don't fill something for 2 years,
The compliance officer is a good example.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Today, we just adjusted it.
I mean,
you know?
eventually, it's really not a vacancy, because apparently we can't fill it, so.
It's a productivity
Well, you might look at,
achieved.
yeah, how else you
Then
might,
do you combine it or have?
do you look
yes,
at
got
another
it.
position or, yeah,
As far as the
title
actual
or something,
FTE,
yeah.
so you might be able to eliminate a quarter of one or something. I want to talk about the pilots, or
Piles.
whatever you call them.
Piles.
Pults.
Peels.
Fuel.
That brings us to social services. Safety Net exceeded their amended budgeted local share to the tune of $134,000. And all other DSS department, or sub-departments, I should say, exceeded local share by $110,000. Probation, their local share experienced a surplus to the tune of $400,000, and that was on account of, it actually was a true surplus, and this was on account of, help me.
The additional grant.
It was a raise the age.
The RTA, yes, yes,
Yeah.
the RTA grant, it was not accrued into 2023. The funds were received in 2024, so this surplus is actually a true surplus.
Back, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, it's an open.
Okay.
so.
Back to social services, what do you attribute that deficit to? Is it homelessness, homelessness, or?
The safety net program, yeah, I mean, it's services, but I'm not gonna do it justice, but, that program hadn't been amended throughout the year because we definitely saw an uptick in assistance. So there's, probably wanna have like John Anderson or something, somebody like that to really explain the program, because it's kind of iterations of services. You start at one level, and then if you're on it that long, then you go to the next level, and if you go to, eventually go, I mean, the county executive might chime in a little bit too, but it is an expense that is volatile, and we have seen grown over the last couple of years, but it is one of those things that can go up and down.
Mr. Chairman, what we've seen in the last, well, we just had a report yesterday from mental hygiene and social services. We've seen a marked increase in our safety net. And the reason that, and again, those are individuals who are on the program longer than 5 years, whether it's temporary assistance, HEAP, food stamps, EBT, cash from the county. Actually, it's, that number goes, after 5 years, goes 71% county, 29% state. So if someone is on longer than 5 years, and as I stated earlier, in 2020, they reduced the qualifications for Medicaid, temporary assistance, and other elements. So we saw a larger number of people going onto those services. If they have not come off, we will again see another surge, because we are now 5 years out. This is the 5th anniversary of our COVID crisis. So we're anticipating we could see another increase, so we're very cautious. We did budget an increase, but we budgeted an increase for 2024, and we exceeded that. So it's not necessarily homeless, although we do have information I could share with you after. Some pretty unique numbers, but again, it's, these are people that really need our assistance. There's no two ways about it, but we try to budget the best we can. Again, we can't always plan for the safety net, though. That's a big one that's we're concerned with now, because that's the 71% share from the county taxpayers, and that's what we're seeing increase year after year after year.
So the safety net, just to give you some, the safety net budget for 2024 started just over 6 million, where the actual numbers landed was 11.2. At 2 points during the course of the year, the department did come to us to amend their budget. Total amendments were 4.5 million, and I believe roughly 2.5 of that was actually the county's local share portion of those amendments. So, pretty significant.
This year, we're basing this year's budget off of last year's estimates and guesstimates, and it is a potential hole this year. And
it is.
It will be,
Yes.
and so that, that's why we versus, that's why we really protect our general fund balance also, because we anticipate having to put into that. Also, that extra 1% is, we're gonna help, we're gonna utilize that into those communities and into those other municipalities just through those safety net things. And that safety net, you know, one thing that I have raised to help combat that is one way that we can do that is to help control our expenses. You know, how could we do it, what we're doing more efficiently? Some of that safety net cost is utilization of hotels. And hotels, we're at the liberty of kind of paying what they're wanting for that service. And, you know, if we could establish some better housing, and there are some agencies in town that are working on that, that could be some savings, but, you know, just the management and the expenses internally, and I've, you know, tried to challenge the departments to try to help us save that. You know, we have 71% of it. How can we better spend our 71%? But most of it is state mandated, and that safety net program is needed, and we have to do it. And they monitor it. If people, you know, they're on and off it all the time because they are meeting the criteria or not. So, you know, the department's really on top of who's in it is in it, and they're meeting the requirements. And if they're not, they take them right out of it. So.
And as far as the accounting goes, we've been more realistic in projecting what it's going to be rather than hoping what it's not going to be.
Yeah.
I think we've done a better job the last couple of years. You know, somebody says, well, it might be 2.5, so we would budget 1.75 million, and we've been more realistic the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Which I think is better.
But I mean, both dollar and percentage wise, that was a huge miss. And I mean, I'm still in the dark in terms of what it is. Is that people unable to get a job? Is it physical disability? Is it mental disability? What is
all of the above?
Well,
what is putting these people onto and how do we get them?
Such a mix.
How do we get them back into the productive economy?
I've been doing it 16 years, and it's always the next year. It's what it is, you know, and you go.
Well, but yes, we knew, you know, you bring up it as a big miss, and in the sense that it's a big miss because it's such a volatile program,
But it's not volatile. It's just going the wrong way continuously, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, it's had its ups and downs.
It is,
Back 15 years ago, it was up this high, and then it came down, and now it's back up. So no, it isn't. It isn't that simple as saying we're watching it climb, because really the hope is that it's falling.
Longer, something went on farther back.
You know, it's just really difficult.
And we didn't used to participate.
It's a roller
much, right?
coaster.
Pardon?
Wasn't our percentage lower years ago?
There was a change, and I think that what,
2010.
yeah,
Yeah.
and when,
Because I remember one year
the cost share with the state
we were
changed at one
thinking,
point,
oh, we
yeah.
can go from this, and it was like, oh no, they switched it to this percentage, and we all went.
The state used to pay more.
Yeah, the growing concern is, it used to be a 50-50 split. And it was 2010, the state came back and said, we are no longer gonna share half of it, we're gonna pay 29%. The county would pick up the rest. It's challenging because, as Dan said, even hotel rates are not, we have no control. This is what the state tells us, and ironically, those who are coming in who are looking to assist us, they know those rates, and they know exactly what they do expect when they come here. It's very challenging. You know, and you know, Fred, you made a good point, is, you know, what's the cause? We're still trying to find that. You know, if people are on public assistance, you know, if there's a physical disability, we're looking to assist them and or get them the proper services. But if you remember during the my budget address, New York State has the premier Medicaid and social service package nationwide. You can add up the costs of other states, and they still, all 49 states combined, do not equal what New York State pays out in Medicaid. So those costs that we cannot control, along with safety net and other public assistance programs, it just makes it more and more difficult. So, you know, our state representatives are always fighting, you know, and bipartisanly with NISAC and the County Executive Association, we are always asking for leniency and relief. The concern is now at New York State, they're talking about doing away with the Medicaid cap. There is actually a cap on Medicaid right now. There's been discussion of doing away with that cap. If that happens, as county leaders, whether it's a county administrator, county executive, we are all just shaking our heads.
Well, this is the
what's gonna
mother,
happen.
the mother of unfunded mandates.
Yeah, oh, and it could cripple. So that fund balance, if they were to drop that mandate or that cap, we could see that gone in a year. Or less, maybe, but again, it's very concerning. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, but we just don't know. And whether you're a business administrator or county executive, we are all alike saying, what is, and there's no relief in sight. We've asked for change. And now the scary part, I know Governor Cuomo was actively looking to remove the cap. Although he placed the cap there, he was also looking to remove it. And now the trend in Albany is to remove that cap, which could be extremely detrimental to counties, extremely.
Mr. Chairman, I guess my question still goes back to the fact that Chautauqua County has a lot of older people, so we're all aging. You know, that money should be there to help those folks who have contributed to this community and not run those folks out of the community because we're busy taking care of the people who won't work or can't work. You know, like maybe we shouldn't be so attractive to that group. I don't know.
Or who move here because the benefits are so good.
Right, that's what I'm
Yes.
saying,
Happens
yeah.
very often.
That's exactly
Very
what
often
happens.
it happens. Especially when it comes, unfortunately, because of our proximity to Pennsylvania, many pregnant mothers will come over and deliver in New York State and stay because of the robust assistance programs we do have.
Pretty sad. Well,
Okay.
on that happy note, we'll move on to, we've got jail inmate revenue for the first time in probably 4 years. That is actually at a deficit. That came in well under budget this year. Conflict administration, the revenue experienced a surplus there. And then we have our child custody expense line. There's a surplus there of $193,000, but that's also largely because that budget was not really tapped into. Those services were rolled under the county attorney's office, who, as you may remember above, they actually had a material vacancy savings that was realized in their expenses as a surplus. So even with those child custody services rolled under their department, they're still managing well within their budget.
Which is good.
Yes, ma'am. You have various year-end adjustments through March that used fund balance, and actually that number is the March adjustment because the February adjustments are already included in the totals above. So that 175 is just what is being approved this month. And then we have other variances under $200,000 that total a surplus, again, of $1.168 million.
Questions, comments?
What?
Oh. Yeah, so those are just the general fund operation variances.
Oh, yes. So then we have interest earnings. We have a surplus in the interest earnings that are used for capital to the tune of $1.47 million. E&W 911, one experienced a surplus, one a deficit. W911 had a surplus. E911 had a slight deficit. Again, the E911 deficit was addressed last month. And we had an occupancy tax surplus as well of $1.309 million. So down below, we kind of summarized everything with a projected adjustment to the general fund balance, what our expenses and our revenues totaled came to a deficit of 7.15 million. Obviously, we've got a couple various adjustments below that are listed. Adjustment to capital reserve, the adjustment to the E911 reserves, and then there's less the adjustment to the occupancy tax reserve for an adjustment to the unobligated general fund balance, where we would be utilizing 8.25 million of that.
I'll just expand on that a little bit. So the $7.1 million shortfall is to compare with the very top number of the 10.7. We had planned to use roughly 10.7 million of fund balance and reserves. That's what the current amended budget represents. But when you take the actual expense and the actual revenue, the net deficit is 7.1 million, not 10 million. However, of that 7.1 million, some of that goes to some specific reserves and not the unobligated fund balance. So that the 8.2 represents what would be adjusted to the unobligated. That's our projection. Just reiterate that. There's still some things that are being reconciled, but this is our current projection of results.
The occupancy tax surplus, we conservatively have a approach to that. Is this a trend? Do you see that,
It's
continuing?
really unspent dollars, so
Okay.
it's not, it's a variance to the budget, not,
Not an increase of.
Not
of
necessarily the revenue received.
Revenues,
Yeah,
okay,
correct.
so this is just depicting an unspent amount, okay. Interest earnings, you've just have had a favorable year in interest
Yeah,
earnings?
earnings are,
And it's
yes,
great,
yeah.
and our, which it is, interest rates are up. And so when you have investments, your earnings are up, so that's good.
Yeah. And so down below, that's just, return to the reserve for capital.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Questions? Next.
I do have a handout. Yeah, just that one pager. So as we just said, we did have a surplus of interest earnings, that we've just had a good year the last couple of years. We are continuing to, just as a reminder, this discussion does need to be included in the minutes. It's under one of our corrective action plans, so the discussion does need to be written out in the minutes.
Right, and just for clarification, that's the review of the investment portfolio, as Kitty has identified it as part of the duties of the Audit and Control Committee to have a yearly analysis of that. Quarterly.
So we continue to, experience very healthy earnings. We've been doing what we can to, as we have cash available, to lock into, the higher rates. The last year and this year, what we've done with our reinvesting cash, and then as we know how much we're going to receive back from our investments in the year. And the last 2 years, what we've done is say, we know, our cash receipts are coming in for taxes. They ramp up from the beginning of the year up through, April, May, June. We know how much is eventually in cash going to come back by the end of the year from our investments. So we are able to lock in some higher rate yielding investments earlier in the year rather than wait for them to pay down every month. So that's helped us to generate, a lot of additional interest and lock into higher rate, higher yielding investments. So that'll probably, that those opportunities as rates come down won't be available, forever, but we've been doing our best to try and lock in what we can at a higher rate. We work with a liquidity partner, and that's this report that I've handed out. They provide us this quarterly report, and what they help us monitor is what we need to have in liquid cash. So, and for how long our investments can be without impacting our liquidity needs. And yes, I'm proud to report that our most recent score was again a 99. So you can see there, that's their chart of their scoring system. Down below are the different categories in which they will review our performance. And we've had consistently performed at about a 99 since early 2023. So and this is just one page of their 12-page report, but this just kind of highlights the things that they measure and how we're doing it. So I just thought I would share that with you. Just want you to know too, like in terms of, I didn't hand this out, but I do have a couple of charts. Just, something that we always look at is something like this, that our brokers provide information to us as well as of all the investments we have, this is when the cash is going to come back to the county, so we can always see, that, we have money coming back to us when we're going to need it. But we do try to keep everything invested until we actually need it. We also utilize an investment pool, the New York Municipal Trust, which has allowed us to invest our liquid dollars, like our current year cash needs, in that fund. That's pretty much replaced money markets that we've used in the past, or CDs or treasuries. This pool can invest in all of those things themselves, but what's good about it is it's a very liquid pool, so we can take money in and out, on a daily basis as frequently as we want, where most money markets require or limit you to so many transactions a month, maybe sometimes only 3 or 4, but this way we can sweep all our money in pretty much on a daily basis and then take it back out, when we're running AP or payroll. So it really helps us to keep that cash invested, right up until we need it.
Questions regarding our investment report, or in general, anything that you'd like to ask about the investment strategies of the county?
So, not for this meeting, but I'd love to see just what the monthly cycle of the liquidity balance looks like seasonally, so you can see what the low point is, what the high points are.
I'll send you.
This is all kind of average.
I'll send you this full report, and it shows you, because they map out over because our spending is very cyclical. So we get the cash in the beginning of the year. We have accounts, a check run every week, payroll every week. So some of it's pretty predictable in terms of our spending. So in the report you'll see how much we that line as to our lowest point of the year is usually December, January, February, and then our cash receipts start coming in. That shows you, that report will show you of all of the cash that we have, how much we need in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months, in the next 9 months, or however far out, and it will show you how much we have invested for certain kind of durations, so that
Right,
I'll send the full report. There's a lot more to this,
Okay.
but that's just kind of the highlights of what they monitor.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, the investment earnings, as our financial management policy stipulates, are dedicated toward capital projects. So that's all we use these funds for, is toward our capital projects.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Patient over there, we have one last presentation by Blake today, and that is, he's the Director of Administrative Services with the Department of Finance, and he's going to update us on our ARPA report.
Yes, Blake Ehrig, Director of Administrative Services. This is the 12/31/2024 report that I submitted to the Department of Treasury in regards to the ARPA funds. And good news, I'm happy to report the good news that we have the entire $24.6 million of ARPA funds obligated at year end. So we met the requirements there. And so these are the 93 ARPA projects in total that we have and will have submitted to the Department of Treasury. Of these 93, only 28 are open at 12/31/2024, and actually to date, since year end, 8 of those have been completed. So really, as of today, there's only about 20 projects remaining. So, you know, and I think only 5 of them are contracted out through 2026. So we should be seeing a lot of these kind of coming to an end in the next couple of months. So.
Questions or comments to the report or the projects or?
Great job by Blake managing this extensive list of projects and making sure that we hit the mark right on the to the dollar.
To the penny.
To the penny.
Nice.
I made the comment, I think it, sometime, you see some reports of municipalities and other entities not getting their 2024 done.
Yes.
And so I appreciate it.
Yes,
being done.
definitely took some legwork towards year end, but I'm happy to say that we got it done, so.
You know, and looking through all these projects and what we've been able to accomplish is really great. And, you know, we've utilized the funds as it was, as they were intended. We used them for things that were, you know, we didn't put it toward employee wages or certain expenses that are not a one-time expense or not a reoccurring thing. You know, we utilize the funds as we were directed, and you know, we really had great input from all the leaders of the individual departments, work with the collaboration between the legislature and the finance and the county executive's office to really determine where the funds would be best utilized. And you know, we hope that we managed this money well, and that was you know, provided to us from the federal government. And you know, I hope that we've utilized those tax dollars appropriately. You know, each municipality and government in the country was given these funds, and what a significant amount of money that was distributed at that time. And you know, our portion of it was 24 million and some change. Was really a large influx of money, but you know, it's a lot to facilitate, and we are thankful for the work that you did. We don't.
And kudos to the committee that was ongoing, meeting through this whole time, staying on top of it.
Yep. Yeah.
So appreciate that.
I didn't really over the years see any adjustment to work or rate increase because of the extra workload that was taken on by the department. So, you know, we thank you for putting this forward and the extra work that was, but also, you know, I'm sure it pulled you away from other projects that was then delegated to someone else. So, you know, great job on this overall. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Blake.
All right, thank you.
Does anyone else have anything that they'd wish to bring up under other today? Announcements. And at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We are adjourned. It carries.